Well, thank you.
You really did blend well.
Thank you.
Very well.
I appreciate that.
The first time I heard it, I thought that was magnificent.
It's a beautiful piece.
It's a beautiful piece. And then the right voice is doing it today.
Well, it's okay because you're adding to our numbers. That's good, right? You ready? Yeah. Good, but where are you? Where are you reading? Well, the three of you look so cozy. Good. Yeah. There's plenty of coffee out there and food to keep us going for our expedition. Yes, there's coffee. Good morning, my friend. How are ya? Thanks for being here.
All right, everyone. I'm going to call our meeting to order here. I think it's time to get going. We still have a few folks that are trickling in, but man, I can't believe the crowd in here. I can't believe how many people have turned up for our reading of Paradise Lost. We should have charged admission to this event. Now, I'm glad all of you are here, actually. I have an introduction that I hope will set the stage for what we're doing and why we're doing it, and then we'll get going. But I do want to thank all of you for being here and for participating in this very strange ritual that we conduct on Maundy Thursday. So given that it is Maundy Thursday, we are 3 days away from Easter, and it has been our custom over the last few years to, if you will, entomb ourselves in the meeting house in order on this day to read epic poetry, old words and verses that somehow speak into our condition now. And for the past several years, Dante has been our guide through Holy Week, and I had originally thought that we might just keep on repeating Dante. That poem is an unlimited poem, and there is no danger of ever exhausting its insights. But I also think that change is healthy, and after a number of conversations, I began to wonder about the possibility of reading the entirety of Paradise Lost throughout the course of several years. And then I began to wonder about doing it in the daylight rather than in the middle of the night. And so here we are to begin this brand new cycle of reading and Holy Week reflections. And I am really grateful that as many of you are here as are here. But let me say just a few words about just why this practice feels important right now, at least to me. And I'm going to move from the most general to the most specific. So first, we live in a time of declining attention. As I imagine it, this is an act of rebellion. To sit still for a long time, concentrating on words and images that can both nourish us and sometimes overwhelm us. And so on this day, I would like to say we are rebelling against the attention economy. And by the way, some of the first lines in Paradise Lost have to do with man's first disobedience. There is a way in which we're being disobedient to certain cultural norms today. So first is this declining attention. Second, we're living through a time of declining literacy. Fewer and fewer people are reading, and what we do tend to read is short and of the moment. I think that sustained engagement with another human consciousness, which comes through the reading of novels and of poetry, is something that has become more and more rare in our time. And so too has empathy and careful, critical thought become rare. And so on this day, we are rebelling, we are becoming disobedient to our ever-growing illiteracy. Third, we live in a time of isolation and of loneliness. And studies have shown that reading together with other human beings actually improves our sense of well-being in the world. Think of what parents do with their children. Just the other day, I read an article about 20 and 30-somethings who gather for weekends at a country estate where they spend something like 48 hours reading a novel out loud together, interspersed with walks and with meals. It's an experiment in a new way of being together. And so by reading out loud to one another today, we are rebelling against loneliness and isolation. Fourth, we live in a time of historical amnesia. There is an assumption in much of our culture that the only things worthy of our attention are things that were produced yesterday, or at the very most in the past decade or two. And old works of literature, such as Paradise Lost, are arms and hands stretching out to clasp our hands here in the present, helping us to know that whatever we are going through now, we're not alone. And so today, we are rebelling against cultural amnesia. Fifth, we're living through a time when language is used to quantify, a time that privileges data above all else, but also numbers and statistics and percentages, and those are important things. In some ways, we could wish that a few more segments of our society was paying a little bit more attention to data these days. But I think that to be human, we also require poetic language, words that can help us reach into the very depths of our souls, to root around in the inarticulate spaces of our hearts. And so today we're rebelling against the reduction of language to mere data, to mere facts. Sixth, we're living in a time of binaries today. We are either Democrats or we are Republicans. We are either capitalists or we are socialists. We are either male or we are female. We are either atheists or we are believers. But you know, most of the time, our lives don't fit into neat binaries. We're always a little bit of a lot of things. An immersion into great works of literature and great works of art more generally allow us to live into a dimension of greater possibility where binary distinctions such as the ones I've talked about fall away. In the space of epic poetry, our incessant sorting into categories ceases, and we dwell for a time in the space of what I think of as the eternal. And so today we are rebelling, we are becoming disobedient against the binary categories that imprison us. Seventh, we live in a time of efficiency, but rituals and art and religion and holy days are horribly inefficient. To create a ritual such as we are doing today with our reading and with Holy Week more generally is to create a cathedral of time, in which we cannot and must not be productive. And so today we are rebelling, becoming disobedient against this incessant drive toward efficiency and toward productivity. And then eighth, we're living in a time in which a poet like John Milton is assumed to be a relic of the past, as dead as the Puritan contemporaries who established the First Congregational Church of Old Lyme. But we are nearly twins, FCCOL and Milton's epic poem, born into the world at almost exactly the same time. Milton is certainly dated, and the gender assumptions and the sexism that we're going to witness a little bit later today are fairly grotesque, and I hope at this point they're simply laughable. But he is also, in other ways, our contemporary. He distrusted monarchs. He was, in our contemporary idiom, a left-wing revolutionary. He trusted human beings to guide themselves, using the inner light of their reason. He wished for what we would understand as something like democracy. He believed in the free expression of ideas because he believed in sin and the fall of humanity. He also believed in the need of human beings to check absolute power precisely because we are fallible. And so today we rebel against the idea that John Milton is a mere relic of the past, one more dead white male, undeserving of our attention. And then ninth, we're living in a time in which the joy of Easter is privileged over against the shadows of Maundy Thursday and Good Friday. All of us long for sunshine and for happiness and for ease, and rightly so. But to concentrate on happiness and on joy alone renders us a shallow people. And so it is right to enter the shadows in the days preceding Easter and to dwell with Milton in the darkness visible that is the human heart. And so today we are rebelling against a culture of the shallows. Just a couple of things to orient you. A little bit more. Feel free to get up and move during the reading if you wish. Feel free to take care of yourself in whatever way you need to. Food and coffee has been prepared in the connector, and during the second break there are going to be sandwiches in the kitchen, but do what you need to do to stay comfortable. This is a long day. And then finally, a word of thanks. The choir's not here right now, but I do want to thank the choir publicly for providing music for Haydn's The Creation, which draws on Paradise Lost for its libretto. I want to thank Becky Crosby for researching and providing the images that we're going to be seeing from Paradise Lost throughout the day. These are taken from all 12 books of Paradise Lost. I want to thank our deacons and our hospitality committee for providing refreshments for us. I want to offer thanks to Sean McCarty for setting things up here and throughout the meeting house for the day. I need to thank Ann Koska for preparing the programs. But most of all, I want to thank all of you for joining in this ritual adventure, submitting yourselves to a day-long recitation of epic poetry. Just to keep things moving, if you happen to be the next reader, be prepared to go and stand at the opposite lectern prior to the end of the reading that's happening before you. And that's going to help preserve some of the pacing of the day, but also some of the drama in various speeches, because sometimes the readings end with things like, "And thus said Belial." And then we want to go right into the speech. So with that, I think our first reader is George Willauer. And so George, I invite you to the floor to read the argument for us. Also lean into your mics and make sure the mics are right in front of you.
The argument. This first book proposes, first in brief, the whole subject, man's disobedience and the loss thereon of paradise wherein he was placed. Then touches the prime cause of his fall, the serpent, or rather Satan in the serpent, who revolting from God and drawing to his side many legions of angels, was by the command of God driven out of heaven with all his crew into the great deep. Which action passed over, the poem hastes on into the midst of things, presenting Satan with his angels now fallen into hell, described here not in the center, for heaven and earth may be supposed as yet not made, certainly not yet accursed, but in a place of utter darkness, fitly is called chaos. Here, Satan with his angels lying on the burning lake, thunderstruck and astonished, after a certain space recovers, as from confusion, calls upon him who next in order and dignity lay by him. They confer of their miserable fall. Satan awakens all his legions, who lay till then in the same matter confounded. They rise, their numbers array of battle, the chief leaders named according to the idols known afterwards in Canaan and countries adjoining. To these Satan directs his speech, comforts them with hope of regaining heaven, but tells them lastly of a new world, kind of creation to be created, according to an ancient prophecy or report in heaven, for that angels were long before visible. This creation was the opinion of many ancient fathers. To find out the truth of his prophecy and what to determine thereon, he refers to a full council, what his associates thence attempt. Pandemonium, palace of Satan, arises, suddenly, built out of the deep. The infernal peers there sit in council.
of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our woe with the loss of Eden, till one greater man restore us and regain the blissful seat. Sing, heavenly muse, that on that secret top of Oreb or Sinai didst inspire that shepherd who first taught the chosen seed. In the beginning, how the heavens and earth rose out of chaos, or if on Zion hill delight thee more, and Silo's brook that flowed fast by the oracle of God, I thence invoke thy aid to my adventurous song, that with no middle flight intends to soar above Aeonan Mount, while it pursues things unattempted, yet in prose or rhyme. And chiefly thou, O Spirit, that dost prefer before all temples the upright heart and pure, instruct me, for thou knowest thou from the first wast present, and with mighty wings outspread, dove-like, satst brooding on the vast abyss, and madest it pregnant what in me is dark. Illumine what is low, raise and support, that to the height of this great argument I may assert eternal providence and justify the ways of God to men. Say first, for heaven hides nothing from thy view, nor the deep tract of hell. Say first, what cause moved our grandparents in that happy state, favored of heaven so highly, to fall off from their Creator and transgress his will, for one restraint, lords of the world besides, who first seduced them to that foul revolt? The infernal serpent. He it was whose guile, stirred up with envy and revenge, deceived the mother of mankind. What time his pride had cast him out from heaven with his host of rebel angels, by whose aid, aspiring to set himself in glory above his peers, he trusted to have equaled the Most High. If he opposed, and with ambitious aim, against the throne and monarchy of God, raised in pious war in heaven and battle proud with vain attempt, him the almighty power hurled headlong, flaming from the ethereal sky, with hideous ruin and combustion, down to bottomless perdition, there to dwell in adamantine chains and penal fire, who dost defy the omnipotent to arms. 9 times the space that measures day and night to mortal men, he with his horrid crew lay vanquished, rolling in the fiery gulf, confounded through immortal. But his doom reserved him for more wrath. For now the thought both of lost happiness and lasting pain torments him. Round he throws his baleful eyes that witnessed huge affliction and dismay, mixed with obdurate pride and steadfast hate. At once, as far from angels ken, he views the dismal situation, waste and wild. A dungeon horrible on all sides round, as one great furnace flamed, yet those flames no light, but rather darkness visible, served only to discover sights of woe, regions of sorrow, doleful shades where peace and rest can never dwell. Hope never comes, that comes to all, but torture without end. Still urges, and a fiery deluge, fed with ever-burning sulfur unconsumed. Such place eternal justice has prepared for those rebellious, here their prison ordained, in utter darkness and their portion set, as far removed from God and the light of heaven, as far from the center thrice to the utmost pole. How unlike the place from whence they fell, There the companions of his fall, overwhelmed with floods and whirlwinds of tempestuous fire, he soon discerns, and weltering by his side, one next himself in power, and next in crime, long after known in Palestine, and named Beelzebub, to whom the arch enemy, and thence in heaven called Satan with bold words, breaking the horrid silence, thus began. If thou beest he, but how fallen, how changed from him who in the happy realms of light, clothed with a transcendent brightness, didst outshine myriads though bright. If he, whom mutual league, united thoughts and counsels, equal hope and hazard in the glorious enterprise, joined with me once, now misery hath joined in equal ruin, into what pit thou seest, from what height fallen, so much the stronger proved he with his thunder, until then who knew the force of those dire arms? Yet not for those, nor what the potent victor in his rage can else inflict, do I repent or change, though changed in outward luster, that fixed mind and high disdain from sense of injured merit, that with the mightiest raised me to contend, and to the fierce contentions brought along, innumerable force of spirits armed, that durst dislike his reign, and me preferring his utmost power, with adverse power opposed. In dubious battle on the plains of heaven, and shook his throne. What though the field be lost? All is not lost. The conquerable will, the study of revenge, immortal hate, and courage never to submit or yield, and what else is not to be overcome? The glory never shall his wrath or might extort from me, but bow and sue for grace with supplicant knee, and deify his power, who, from the terror of this arm so late, doubted his empire, that were low indeed, that were in ignominy and shame beneath this downfall, since by faith the strength of gods and this imperial substance cannot fail, since through experience of this great event, in arms not worse, in foresight much advanced, we may, with more successful hope, resolve to wage by force or guile eternal war, irreconcilable to our grand foe, who now triumphs in the excess of joy, sole reigning holds the tyranny of heaven.
So spake the apostate angel, though in pain, vaunting aloud, but racked with deep despair, in him thus answered soon his bold compeer. O Prince, O Chief of many throned powers, that leadeth in battle seraphim to war, under thy conduct and in dreadful deeds, fearless and danger to heaven's perpetual King, and put to proof his high supremacy, whether upheld by strength or chance or fate. Too well I see and rue the dire event, that with sad overthrow and foul defeat hath lost us heaven and all its mighty host, in horrible destruction laid thus low, as far as God's and heaven's essences can perish, for the mind and spirit remains invincible, and vigor soon returns. Through all our glory, extinct and happy state, here swallowed up in endless misery. But what if he, our conqueror, whom I now of force believe almighty, since no less than such could have overpowered such force as ours, have left us this our spirit and strength entire, strongly to suffer and support our pains, that we may so suffice his vengeful ire, or do him mightier service and his thralls by right of war, whatever his business be, here in the heart of hell, to work in fire, or do his errands in the gloomy deep. What can it then avail thou, yet we feel strength undiminished or eternal being to undergo eternal punishment. Whereto, with speedy words, the arch-fiend replied, Fallen cherub, to be weak is miserable, doing our suffering, but of this be sure, to do aught good never will be our task, but ever to ill our soul delight, as being the contrary to his high will whom we resist. If then his providence out of our evil seek to bring forth good, our labor must be to pervert that end, and out of good still find means of evil, which ofttimes may succeed, or as perhaps shall grieve him. If I fail not, and disturb his inmost counsels from their destined aim, but see the angry victor hath recalled back to the gates of heaven, and the sulphurous hail shot after us in storm overblown hath laid thy fiery surge, for that from precipice of heaven received us falling, and the thunder, winged with the red lightning and impetuous rage, perhaps hath spent his shafts, and ceases now to bellow through the vast boundless deep. Let us not slip the occasion, whether scorn or satiate fury, yield it from our foe. Seest thou yon dreary plain, forlorn and wild, the seat of desolation, void of light, save the glimmering of these livid flames, cast pale and dreadful. Hither let us tend from the tossing of these fiery waves the rest, if any rest, can harbor there, and resembling our afflicted powers, consult how we may henceforth most offend our enemy, our own loss how repair, to overcome this dire calamity. When reinforcement we gain from hope, if not what resolution from despair. Thus Satan, talking to his nearest mate, with head uplift above the wave and eyes that sparkling blaze, his other parts besides prone on the flood extended long and large, lay floating many a rood, in bulk as huge, and whom the fables name of monster size titanium, or earthborn, that warred on Jove, Pyrrhanius, or Typhon, whom the den of ancient Tarsus held, or that sea beast Leviathan, which God of all his works created huges that swim the ocean stream, him haply slumbering on the Norway foam, the pilot of some small night-foundered skiff, deeming some island oft as seamen tell, with fixed anchor in his scaly rind, moors by his side under the lee, while night invests the sea and wish morn delays, so stretched out, huge in length, the arch-fiend lay. Chained on the burning lake, nor ever thence has risen or heaved his head, but that in will and high permission of all-ruling heaven left him at large in his own dark designs, that with reiterated crimes he might heap upon himself damnation, while he sought evil to others and enraged might see how all his malice served but to bring forth infinite goodness, grace and mercy, shown on man by him, seduced but on himself, treble confusion, wrath and vengeance poured. Forthwith upright he rears from off the pool his mighty stature, on each hand the flames, driven backward slope their pointing spires and roll, and billeth, leave it mist a horrid veil. And then with expanded wings he steers his flight aloft, incumbent on the dusky air that felt unusual weight, till on dry land he lights, if it were land that ever burned, was solid as a lake with liquid fire, and such appeared in hue as when the force of subterranean wind transports a hill torn by Polaris on the shattered side of thundering Etna, whose combustible and fueled entrails then conceiving fire. sublimed with mineral fury, aid the winds and leave a singed bottom, all involved. With stench and smoke such resting found the soul of humblest feet. Him followed his next mate, both glorying to have scaped the Stygian flood as gods by their own recovered strength, not by the sufferance of supernal power.
Is this the region, this the soil, the clime? Said then the lost archangel. This the seat that we must change for heaven, this mournful gloom for that celestial light? Be it so, since he who is now sovereign can dispose and bid what shall be right. Farthest from him is best, whom reason hath equaled. Force hath made supreme above his equals. Farewell, happy fields where joy forever dwells. Hail, horrors, hail, infernal world, and thou profoundest hell receive thy new possessor, one who brings a mind not to be changed by place or time. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of a hell of heaven. What matter where, if I be still the same, and what I should be, all but less than he whom thunder hath made greater? Here at least we shall be free. The Almighty hath not built here for his envy, will not drive us hence. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice to reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. But wherefore let we then, our faithful friends, the associates and co-partners of our loss, lie thus astonished on the oblivious pool, and call them not to share with us their part in this unhappy mansion, or once more with rallied arms to try what may be yet regained in heaven, or what more lost in hell. So Satan spake, and him Beelzebub thus answered, leader of those armies bright, which but the omnipotent none could have foiled. If once they hear that voice, their liveliest pledge of hope in fears and dangers, heard so often worst extremes, and on the perilous edge of battle when it raged, in all assaults their surest signal, they will soon resume new courage and revive, though now they lie groveling and prostrate on yon lake of fire, as we erewhile astounded and amazed, no wonder fallen such a pernicious height. He scarce had ceased when superior fiend was moved toward the shore, his ponderous shield, ethereal temper, massy, large and round, behind him cast. The broad circumference hung on his shoulders like the moon, whose orb through optic glass the Tuscan artist views at evening from the top of Thessaly or in Valdarno to descry new lands, rivers, or mountains in her spotty globe. His spear, to equal which the tallest pine-hewn or Norwegian hills, to be the mast of some great admiral, were but a wand. He walked with to support uneasy steps over the burning marl, not like those steps on heaven's azure, and the torrid climb smote him sore besides, vaulted with fire. Nathless he so endured till on the beach of that inflamed sea he stood and called his legions, angel forms, who lay entranced thick as autumnal leaves that strow the brooks in Vallombrosa, where the Etrurian shades high overarched embower, or scattered sedge afloat, when with fierce winds Orion armed hath vexed the Red Sea coast, whose waves o'erthrew Busiris and his Memphian chivalry, while with perfidious hatred they pursued the sojourners of Goshen, who beheld from the safe shore their floating carcasses and broken chariot wheels. So thick bestrown, abject and lost lay these, covering the flood under amazement of their hideous change. He called so loud that all the hollows deep of hell resounded. Princes, potentates, warriors, the flower of heaven once yours, now lost. If such astonishment as this can seize eternal spirits, or have ye chosen this place after the toil of battle to repose your wearied virtue, for the ease you find to slumber here as in the vales of heaven? Or in this abject posture have ye sworn to adore the conqueror, who now beholds cherub and seraph rolling in the flood with scattered arms and ensigns, till anon his swift pursuers from heaven's gate discern the advantage, and descending tread us down, thus drooping, or with linked thunderbolts transfix us to the bottom of this gulf. Awake, arise, or be forever fallen. They heard and were abashed, and up they sprung upon the wing, as when men wont to watch on duty, sleeping found by whom they dread, rouse and bestir themselves ere well awake. Nor did they not perceive the evil plight in which they were, or the fierce pains not feel. Yet to their general's voice they soon obeyed innumerable, as when the potent rod of Amram's son in Egypt's evil day waved round the coast, up called a pitchy cloud of locusts, warping on the eastern wind that o'er the realm of impious Pharaoh hung like night, and darkened all the land of Nile. So numberless were these bad angels seen hovering on wing under the cope of hell twixt upper, nether, and surrounding fires, till as a signal given, the uplifted spear of their great sultan waving to direct their course, in even balance down the light on the firm brimstone, and fill all the plain, a multitude like which the populous north poured never from her frozen loins, to pass Rhine or Danau, when her barbarous sons came like a deluge on the south, and spread beneath Gibraltar to the Libyan sands.
Forthwith, from every squadron and each band, the heads and leaders thither haste where stood their great commander, godlike shapes and forms, excelling human, princely dignities, and powers that erst in heaven sat on thrones, though on their names in heavenly records now be no memorial blotted out and raised by their rebellion from the books of life. Nor had they yet set amongst the sons of Eve got them new names till wandering o'er the earth through God's high sufferings for the trial of man, by falsities and lies, the greatest part of mankind, they corrupted to forsake God, their Creator, and the invisible glory of Him that made them to transform oft to the image of a brute, adorned with gay religions, full of pomp and gold, and devils to adore for deities. Then were they known by to men by various names and various symbols through the heathen world. Say, muse, their names then known, who last roused from the slumber of that fiery couch, at their great Creator's call, as next in worth came singly where he stood on the bare strand, while a promiscuous crowd stood yet aloof. The chief were those who, from the pit of hell, roaming to seek their prey on earth, durst fix their seats long after, next the seat of God, their altars by his altar, God's adored. Among the nations round and durst abide, Jehovah thundering out of Zion, throned between the cherubim, yea, often placed with this sanctuary itself their shrines, abominations, and with cursed things his holy rites and solemn feasts profane, and with their darkness durst affront his light. First Moloch, horrid king, besmeared with blood of human sacrifice and parents' tears, though for the noise of drums and timbrels loud, their children's cries, unheard that passed through fire to his grim idol. Him, the Ammonite, worshipped in Rabbah and her watery plain, in Argob and Bashan, to the stream of utmost Arnon. Nor content with such audacious neighborhood, the wisest heart of Solomon he led by fraud to build his temple right against the temple of God on that opprobrious hill, and made his grove, the pleasant valley of Hinnom, Tophet thence, and black Guyana, called the type of hell. Next, Chemos, the obscene dread of Moab's sons, from Aurora to Nebo, and the wild of southmost Abiram in Hezebon, and Horonaim, Sion's real beyond the flowery dale of Sibma clad with vines, and Elea and the asphaltic pool, Prayer, his other name, when he enticed Israel in Sittim on their march from Nile, and to do him wanton rites which cost them woe. Yet thence his lustful orgies he enlarged even to that hill of scandal by the grove of Moloch, homicide, lust hard by hate, till good Josiah drove them thence to hell. With these came they who, from the bordering flood of old Euphrates to the brook that parts Egypt from Syrian ground, had general names of Balaam, Asher, Troth, those male. These feminine, for spirits when they please, can either sex assume, or both so soft and uncompounded is their essence pure, not tried or manacled with joint or limb, nor founded on the brittle strength of bones, like cumbrous flesh, but in what shape they chose, dilated or condensed, bright or obscure, can execute their airy purposes, and works of love or enmity fulfill. For those, the race of Israel, oft forsook their living strength, and unfrequented left his righteous altar, bowing lowly down to bestial gods, for which their heads as low as bowed down in battle, sunk before the spear of despicable foes. With these in troop came Ashtoreth, whom the Phoenicians called Astarte, queen of heaven, with crescent horns, to whose bright image nightly by the moon Sidonian virgins paid their vows and songs. In Sion also not unsung, where stood her temple on the offensive mountain, built by that luxurious king, whose heart, though large, beguiled by fair idolatresses, fell to the idols foul. Thamus came next behind, whose annual wound in Lebanon allured the Syrian damsels to lament his fate in amorous ditties all a summer's day, while smooth Adonis from his native rock ran purple to the sea, supposed with blood of Thamos, yearly wounded. The love tale infected Sion's daughters with like heat, whose wanton passions in the sacred approach Ezekiel saw, when by the vision led, his eyes surveyed the dark idolatries of alienated Judah.
Next came one who mourned in earnest when the captive ark maimed his brute image, head and hands lopped off, in his own temple on the Grunzel edge, where he fell flat and shamed his worshippers. Dragon, his name, sea monster, upward man, and downward fish. Yet had his temple high reared in Azortuth, dreaded through the coast of Palestine, in Gath, and Ascalon, and Arachon, and Gaza's frontier bounds. Him followed Rimmon, whose delightful seat was fair Damascus, on the fertile banks of Abana and Pharphar, lucid streams. He against the house of God was bold. A leper once he lost and gained a king. Ahaz, his sottish conqueror, whom he drew God's altar to disparage and displace for one of Syrian mode, whereon to burn his odious offerings and adore the gods whom he had vanquished. After these appeared a crew who under names of old renown, Osiris, Isis, Horus, and their train with monstrous shapes and sorceries abused fanatic Egypt and her priests. To see their wandering gods disguised in brutish forms rather than human. Nor did Israel escape the infection when their borrowed gold composed the Gaf of Oreb, and the rebel king doubled that sin in Bethel and in Dan, likening his maker to the grazed ox, Jehovah, who in one night, when he passed from Egypt marching, equaled with one stroke both her firstborn and all her bleeding gods. Belial came last, than whom a spirit more lewd fell not from heaven, or more gross to love vice for itself. To him no temple stood or altar smoked, yet who more oft than he in temples and at altars? When the priest turns atheist, as did Eli's sons, who filled with lust and violence the house of God. In courts and palaces he also reigns, and in luxurious cities where the noise of riot ascends above their loftiest towers and injury and outrage. And when night darkens the streets, then wander forth the sons of Belial, flown with insolence and wine. Witness the streets of Sodom, and that night in Gilbeah, when the hospitable door exposed a matron to avoid worse rape. These were the prime in order and in might. The rest were long to tell, though far renowned. The Ionian gods of Javan's issue held gods, yet confessed later than heaven and earth, their boasted parents. Titan, heaven's firstborn, with his enormous brood and birthright seized by younger Saturn, he from mightier Jove, his own and Rhea's son like measured found. So Jove usurping reigned, these first in Crete, and Ida known. Thence on the snowy top of cold Olympus ruled the middle air their highest heaven, or on a Delphinian cliff, or in Dodona, and through all the bounds of Doric land. Or, who with Satan old fled over Adria to the Hesperian fields, and o'er the Celtic roamed the utmost isles. All these and more came flocking, but with looks downcast and damp. Yet such wherein appeared obscure some glimpse of joy, to have found their chief, not in despair, to have found themselves not lost in loss itself, which on his countenance cast like doubtful hue. But he, his wonted pride, soon recollecting, with high words that bore semblance of worth, not substance, gently raised their fainting courage and dispelled their fears. Then straight commands that at the warlike sound of trumpets loud and clarions be upreared his mighty standard. That proud honor claimed Azazel as his right, a cherub tall, who forthwith from the glittering staff unfurled the imperial ensign, which full of high advanced shone like a meteor, streaming to the wind with gems and golden luster, rich emblazed. Seraphic arms and trophies, all the while sonorous metal, blowing martial sounds, at which the universe host upsent a shout that tore hell's concave, and beyond frightened the reign of chaos and old night. All in a moment, through the gloom, were seen 10,000 banners rise into the air with orient colors waving. With them rose a forest huge of spears, and thronging helms appeared, and serried shields in thick array of depth immeasurable. Anon they move in perfect phalanx to the Dorian mood of flutes and soft recorders, such as raise to heights of noblest temper heroes old arming to battle, and instead of rage, deliberate valor breathed, firm and unmoved, with dread of death to flight or foul retreat, nor wanting power to mitigate and swage with solemn touches, troubled thoughts, and chase anguish and doubt and fear and sorrow and pain from mortal or immortal minds. Thus they breathing, united force, with fixed thought moved on in silence to soft pipes that charmed their painful steps o'er the burnt soil. And now, advanced in view they stand, a horrid front of dreadful length and dazzling arms, in guise of warriors old, with ordered spear and shield. Awaiting their command, their mighty chief had to impose. He, through the armed files, darts his experienced eye, and soon traverse the whole battalion views, their order due, their vestiges and stature as of gods, their number last, he sums.
And now his heart distends with pride, and, hardening in his strength, glories, for never, since created man, met such embodied force as, named with these, could merit more than that small infantry warred on by cranes. Though all the giant brood of Phlegra with the heroic race were joined that fought at Thebes and Ilium, on each side mixed with auxiliar gods, and what resounds in fable or romance of Uther's son, begirt with British and Armoric knights, and all who since, baptized or infidel, jousted in Aspremont, or Montalban, Damasco, or Morocco, or Trebizond, or whom Biserta sent from Afric shore, when Charlemagne with all his peerage fell by Fontarabia. Thus far these beyond compare of mortal prowess, yet observed their dread commander. He, above the rest, in shape and gesture proudly eminent, stood like a tower. His form had yet not lost all her original brightness, nor appeared less than archangel ruined, and the excess of glory obscured. As when the sun, new risen, looks through the horizontal misty air, shorn of his beams, or, from behind the moon in dim eclipse, disastrous twilight sheds on half the nations, and with fear of change perplexes monarchs. Darkened so, yet shone above them all the archangel, but his face deep scars of thunder had entrenched, and care sat on his faded cheek. But under brows of dauntless courage and considered pride waiting revenge. Cruel his eye, but cast signs of remorse and passion to behold the fellows of his crime. The followers, rather, far other, once beheld in bliss, condemned, for ever now to have their lot in pain. Millions of spirits for his fault immersed of heaven, and from eternal splendors flung for his revolt. Yet faithful how they stood, their glory withered, as when heaven's fire hath scathed the forest oaks or mountain pines. With singed top their stately growth, though bare, stands on the blasted heath. He now prepared to speak, whereat their doubled ranks they bend from wing to wing, and half enclosed him round with all his peers. Attention held them mute. Thrice he essayed, and thrice, in spite of scorn, tears such as angels weep burst forth. At last, words interwove with sighs found out their way. Putting on Satan's horns now. O myriads of immortal spirits, O powers matchless, but with the Almighty. And that strife was not inglorious, though the event was dire. As this place testifies, and this dire change hateful to utter. But what power of mind, foreseeing or presaging, from the depth of knowledge, past or present, could have feared how such united force of gods, how such as stood like these, could ever know repulse? For who can yet believe, though after loss, that all these puissant legions, whose exile hath emptied heaven, shall fail to reascend, self-raised, and repossess their native seat? For me, be witness all the host of heaven, if counsels different or danger shunned by me have lost our hopes. But he who reigns monarch in heaven till then, as one secure sat on his throne, upheld by old repute, consent, or custom, and his regal state put forth at full, but still his strength concealed, which tempted our attempt and wrought our fall. Henceforth his might we know, and know our own, so as not either to provoke or dread new war provoked. Our better part remains to work in close design, by fraud or guile, what force effected not, that he no less at length from us may find, who overcomes by force hath overcome but half his foe. Space may produce new worlds, whereof so rife there went a fame in heaven that he ere long intended to create, and therein plant a generation whom his choice regard should favor equal to the sons of heaven. Thither, if but to pry, shall be perhaps our first eruption. Thither or elsewhere, for this infernal pit shall never hold celestial spirits in bondage, nor the abyss long under darkness cover. But these thoughts full counsel must mature. Peace is despaired. For who can think submission? War, then war, open or understood, must be resolved. He spake, and to confirm his words, out flew millions of flaming swords, drawn from the thighs of mighty cherubim. The sudden blaze far round illumined hell. Highly they ranged against the highest, and fierce, with grasped arms, clashed on their shouting shields the din of war, hurling defiance toward the vault of heaven. There stood a hill not far, whose grisly top belched fire and rolling smoke. The rest entire shone with a glossy scurf, undoubted sign that in his womb was hid metallic ore, the work of sulfur. Thither, winged with speed, a numerous brigade hastened, as when bands of pioneers, with spade and pickaxe armed, forerun the royal camp, to trench a field or cast a rampart. Mammon led them on, Mammon, the least erected spirit that fell from heaven. For even in heaven his looks and thoughts were always downward bent, admiring more the riches of heaven's pavement, trodden gold, than aught divine or holy else enjoyed in vision beatific. By him first men also, and by suggestion taught, ransacked the center, and with impious hands rifled the bowels of their mother earth for treasures better hid.
Soon had his crew opened into the hill a spacious wound, and digged out ribs of gold. Let none admire that riches grow in hell, that soil may best deserve the precious bane. And here let those who boast in mortal things and wandering tell of Babel and the works of amphibian kings. Learn how their greatest moments of fame and strength and art are easily outdone by spirits reprobate, and in an hour, what in an age they with incessant toil and hands innumerable scarce perform. Nigh on the plain, in many cells prepared, that underneath had veins of liquid fire slewest from the lake, a second multitude with wondrous art founded the massy ore, severing each kind, and scummed the bullion dross. A third as soon had formed within the ground. A various mold from the boiling cells by strange conveyance filled each hollow nook, as in an organ, from one blast of wind to many a row of pipes the soundboard breathes. Anon, out of the earth, a fabric huge rose like an exhalation, with the sound of dulcet symphonies and voices sweet. Built like a temple where pilasters round were set, and Doric pillars overlaid with gold architrave. Nor did they want cornice or frieze, with bossy sculptures graven. The roof was fretted gold. Not Babylon nor great El Cairo such magnificence equaled in all their glories, to enshrine Belus or Serapis their gods, or seat their kings, when Egypt and Assyria strove in wealth and luxury. The ascending pile stood fixed her stately height, and straight the doors, opening the brazen folds, discover wide within her ample spaces were the smooth and level pavement. From the arched roof, pendant by subtle magic, many a row of starry lamps and blazing cressets, fed with naphtha and asphaltus, yielded light as from a sky. The hasty multitude admiring entered, and the works some praise and some the architect. His hand was known in heaven by many a towered structure high, where sceptered angels held their residence, and sat as princes whom the supreme king exalted to such power and gave to rule, each in his hierarchy, the order bright. Nor was his name unheard or unadored in ancient Greece, and in Ossian land men called him Mulciber, and how he fell from heaven they fabled, thrown by angry Jove, sheer o'er the crystal battlements. From morn to noon he fell, from noon to dewy eve, a summer's day, and with the setting sun dropped from the zenith like a falling star on Lemnos, the Aegean isle. Thus they relate, erring, for he with his rebellious rout fell long before. Not aught aviled him now to have built in heaven high towers, nor did he scape by all his engines, but was headlong sent with his industrious crew to build in hell. Meanwhile, the winged heralds, by command of sovereign power, with awful ceremony and trumpet sound throughout the host proclaim a solemn council forthwith to be held at Pandemonium, the high capital of Satan and his peers. Their summons called from every band, squared regiment, by place or choice the worthiest. They anon with hundreds and with thousands trooping came attended. All access was thronged, the gates and porches wide, but chief the spacious hall. Though like a covered field where champions bold want ride and armed, and at the Soldan's chair defied the best of Paynim chivalry to mortal combat or career with lance. Thick swarmed, both on the ground and in the air, brushed with the hiss of rustling wings, as bees in springtime, when the sun with Taurus rides, pour forth their populous youth about the hive in clusters. They among fresh dews and flowers fly to and fro, or on the smoothed plank, the suburb of their straw-built citadel, now new rubbed with balm, expatiate and confer their state affairs. So thick the airy crowd swarmed and were straitened, till the signal given, behold, a wonder. But they now, who seemed in bigness to surpass earth's giant suns, now less than smallest dwarfs, in narrow room throng numberless, like that pygmean race beyond the Indian mount, or fairy elves, whose midnight revels by a forest side or fountain some belated peasant sees, or dreams he sees, while overhead the moon sits arbitress, and nearer to the earth wheels her pale course. They on their mirth and dance intent, with jocund music charm his ear. At once with joy and fear his heart rebounds. Thus incorporeal spirits to the smallest forms reduced their shapes immense, and were at large, though without number still, amidst the hall of that infernal court. But far within, and in their own dimensions like themselves, the great seraphic lords and cherubim in close recess and secret conclave sat, 1,000 demigods on golden seats, frequent and full. After short silence then, and summons read, the great consult began. Here endeth the first chapter.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness.
And with that, friends, we'll take a short break. We'll get some coffee, we'll get some snacks, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes. For those of you who are reading the Bible in 1 year, I hope you heard in Book 1 of Paradise Lost some of the references to various Canaanite deities that we have encountered along the way in 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, and things like that. It helps Paradise Lost to come alive a little bit more. Anyway, let's take a break.
sort of a negative. Like crumb stuff on top. So it should be hot.
So it's more dessert?
It's a breakfast.
So what I would do is if you know about how long it needs to be, I just was gonna put a note on here. Microwave it. Okay, that's enough. Okay. Or something. I'm gonna test it first and see. I don't wanna cook it too long. Come out like rubber. But the fact that we don't start lazy, it tastes good. That's you. So. It's a. So. It's easy to read. It's spaced. It's here. I am beginning. Right. So I'll be.
Oh, they are. Oh, great.
All right, all you demonic legion, let us take our places so that we might begin our council in hell. The choir in particular, I think we need to gather once again, or is it Sean? Or are you just going solo? Just me. Just Sean. All right. Well, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Book 2, The Argument. The consultation begun, Satan debates whether another battle be to be hazarded for the recovery of heaven. Some advise it, others dissuade. A third proposal is preferred, mentioned before by Satan, to search the truth of that prophecy or tradition in heaven concerning another world, and another kind of creature, equal or not, much inferior to themselves, about this time to be created. Their doubt who shall be sent on this difficult search. Satan, their chief, undertakes alone the voyage, is honored and applauded. The council thus ended, the rest betake them several ways and to several employments, as their inclinations lead them, to entertain the time till Satan return. He passes on his journey to hell gates, finds them shut, and who sat there to guard them, by whom at length they are opened, and discover to him the great gulf between hell and heaven, with what difficulty he passes through, directed by chaos, the power of that place, to the sight of this new world which he sought.
High on a throne of royal state, which far outshone the wealth of Ormus or of Ind, or where the gorgeous East with richest hand showers on her kings barbaric pearl and gold. Satan exalted sat, by merit raised to that bad eminence, and from despair thus high uplifted beyond hope, aspires beyond thus high, insatiate to pursue vain war with heaven, and by success untaught, his proud imaginations thus displayed. Powers and dominions, deities of heaven, for since no deep within her gulf can hold immortal vigor, though oppressed and fallen, I give not heaven for lost. For this descent, celestial virtues rising, will appear more glorious and more dread than from no fall, and trust themselves to fear no second fate. Me, though just right, and the fixed laws of heaven did first create your leader, next free choice, with what besides in counsel or in fright hath been achieved of merit. Yet this loss thus far at least recovered hath much more established in a safe, unenvied throne, yielded with full consent. The happier state in heaven, which follows dignity, might draw envy from each inferior. But who here will envy whom the highest place exposes foremost, to stand against the thunderer's aim, your bulwark, and condemns to greatest share of endless pain? Where there is then no good for which to strive, no strife can grow up there from faction. For none, sure, will claim in hell precedence, none whose portion is so small of present pain that with ambitious mind will covet more. With this advantage then to union and firm faith and firm accord, more than can be in heaven, we now return to claim our just inheritance of old, surer to prosper than prosperity could have assured us. And by what best way, whether of open war or covert guile, we now debate. Who can advise may speak. He ceased, and next him Moloch, sceptered king, stood up, the strongest and the fiercest spirit that fought in heaven, now fiercer by despair. His trust was with the eternal, to be deemed equal in strength, and rather than be less, cared not to be at all. With that care lost went all his fear of God or hell, or worse, he recked not. And these words thereafter spake. My sentence is for open war. Of wiles more unexpert, I boast not. Them let those contrive who need, or when they need, not now. For while they sit contriving, shall the rest, millions that stand in arms and longing, wait the signal to ascend, sit lingering here, heaven's fugitives, and for their dwelling place, accept this dark, opprobrious den of shame, the prison of his tyranny who reigns by our delay? No. Let us rather choose, armed with hell flames and fury all at once o'er heaven's high towers, to force resistless way, turning our tortures into horrid arms against the torturer. When to meet the noise of his almighty engine, he shall hear infernal thunder, and for lightning see black fire and horror shot with equal rage among his angels. And his throne itself mixed with Tartarian sulfur and strange fire, his own invented torments. But perhaps the way seems difficult and steep to scale with upright wing against a higher foe. Let such bethink them, if the sleepy drench of that forgetful lake benumb not still, that in our proper motion we ascend up to our native seat. Descent and fall to us is adverse. Who but felt of late when the fierce foe hung on our broken rear insulting, and pursued us through the deep, with what compulsion and laborious flight we sunk thus low? The ascent is easy then. The event is feared. Should we again provoke our stronger, some worse way his wrath may find to our destruction. If there be in hell fear to be worse destroyed, what can be worse than to dwell here, driven out from bliss, condemned in this abhorred deep to utter woe, where pain of unextinguishable fire must exercise us without hope of end, the vassals of his anger, when the scourge inexorably and the torturing hour calls us to penance. More destroyed than thus, we should be quite abolished and expire. What fear we then? What doubt we to incense his utmost ire, which to the height enraged will either quite consume us and reduce to nothing this essential, happier far than miserable to have eternal being? Or if our substance be indeed divine and cannot cease to be, we are at worst on this side nothing. And by proof we feel our power sufficient to disturb his heaven, and with perpetual inroads to alarm, though inaccessible, his fatal throne, which if not victory, is thus revenge. He ended, frowning, and his look denounced desperate revenge, and battle dangerous to less than gods. On the other side, up rose Belial, in act more graceful and humane. A fairer person lost not heaven. He seemed for dignity composed and high exploit, but all was false and hollow. though his tongue dropped manna, and could make the worse appear the better reason, to perplex and dash maturest counsels, for his thoughts were low, to vice industrious, but to nobler deeds timorous and slothful. Yet he pleased the ear, and with persuasive accent thus began.
I should be much for open war, O peers, as not behind in hate. If what was urged main reason to persuade immediate war did not dissuade me most, and seemed to cast ominous conjecture on the whole success. When he who most excels in fact of arms in what he counsels, and in what excels mistrustful, grounds his courage on despair and utter dissolution, as the scope of all his aim after some dire revenge. First, what revenge? The towers of heaven are filled with armed watch that render all access impregnable. Oft on the bordering deep encamp their legions, or with obscure wings scout far and wide into the realm of night, scorning surprise. Or could we break our way by force, and at our heels all hell should rise with blackest insurrection to confound heaven's purest light? Yet our great enemy, all incorruptible, would on his throne sit unpolluted, and the ethereal mold, incapable of stain, would soon expel her mischief and purge off baser fire, victorious. Thus repulsed, our final hope is flat despair. We must exasperate the almighty victor, to spend all his rage, and that must end us. That must be our cure, to be no more. Sad cure, for who would lose though full of pain, this intellectual being, these thoughts that wander through eternity, to perish rather, swallowed up, lost in the wide womb of uncreated night, devoid of sense and motion. And who knows, let this be good, whether our angry foe can give it or will ever. How he can is doubtful, that he never will is sure. Will he, wise, let loose at once his ire, belike through impotence or unaware, to give his enemies their wish and end them in his anger, whom his anger saves to punish endless? Wherefore cease we then, say they who counsel war. We are decreed, reserved, and destined to eternal woe. Whatever doing, what can we suffer more? What can we suffer worse? Is this then worst? This thus sitting, thus consulting, thus in arms? What, when we fled amain, pursued and struck with heaven's afflicting thunder, and besought the deep to shelter us? This hell then seemed a refuge from those wounds, or when we lay chained on the burning lake, that sure was worse. What if the breath that kindled those grim fires awaked should blow them into sevenfold rage and plunge us in the flames? Or from above should intermitted vengeance arm again his red right hand to plague us? What if all her stores were opened, and this firmament of hell should spout her cataracts of fire, impendent horrors, threatening hideous falls? One day, upon our heads, while we perhaps designing or exhorting glorious war, caught in a fiery tempest, shall be hurled, each on his rock, transfixed, sport and prey of racking whirlwinds, or forever sunk under yon boiling ocean, wrapped in chains, there to converse with everlasting groans, unrespited, unpitied, unreprieved, ages of hopeless end. This would be worse. War, therefore, open or concealed alike, my voice dissuades. For what can force or guile with him, or who deceive his mind, whose eye views all things in one view? He, from heaven's height, all these our motions vain sees and derides, not more almighty to resist our might than wise to frustrate all our plots and wiles. Shall we then live thus vile? The race of heaven, thus trampled, thus expelled, to suffer here, chains, and these torments, better these than worse by my advice, since fate inevitable subdues us, and omnipotent decree the victor's will. To suffer, as to do, our strength is equal, nor the law unjust that so ordains. This was at first resolved, if wise, against so great a foe contending, and so doubtful what might fall. I laugh when those who at the spear are bold and venturous, if that fail them, shrink and fear what yet they know must follow to endure exile or ignominy or bonds or pain, the sentence of their conqueror. This is how our doom, which if we can sustain and bear our supreme foe in time, may much remit his anger, and perhaps, thus far removed, not mind us not offending, satisfied with what is punished, whence these raging fires will slacken, if his breath stir not their flames. Our purer essence then will overcome their noxious vapor, or inured, not feel, or changed at length unto the place conformed in temper, and in nature will receive familiar the fierce heat, and void of pain. This horror will grow mild, this darkness light. Besides, what hope the never-ending flight of future days may bring, what chance, what change worth waiting, since our present lot appears for happy, though but ill, for ill, not worst, if we procure not to ourselves woe. Thus Belial, with words clothed in reason's garb, counseled ignoble ease, peaceful sloth, not peace. And after him, thus Mammon spoke.
Either to disenthrone the King of Heaven we war, if war be best, or to regain our own right lost. Him to unthrone we then may hope, when everlasting fate shall yield to fickle chance, and chaos judge the strife. The former, vain to hope, argues as vain the latter,
For what place can be for us within heaven's bound? Unless heaven's Lord supreme we overpower. Suppose he should relent and publish grace to all, on promise made of new subjection, with what eyes could we stand in his presence humble, and receive strict laws imposed to celebrate his throne with warbled hymns, and to his Godhead sing forced hallelujahs, while he lordly sits, our envied sovereign, and his altar breathes ambrosial odors and ambrosial flowers, our servile offerings? This must be our task in heaven. This is our delight. How wearisome eternity so spent in worship paid to whom we hate? Let us not then pursue by force impossible, by leave obtained unacceptable, though in heaven our state of splendid vassalage, but rather seek our own good from ourselves and from our own live to ourselves. Though in this vast recess, free and to none accountable, preferring hard liberty before the easy yoke of servile pomp. Our greatness will appear then most conspicuous when great things of small, useful, or hurtful, prosperous of adverse, we can create, and what place soe'er thrive under evil, and work ease out of pain through labor and endurance. This deep world of darkness do we dread? How oft amidst thick clouds and dark doth heaven's all-ruling Sire choose to reside, his glory unobscured. And with the majesty of darkness round covers his throne, from whence deep thunders roar, mustering their rage, and heaven resembles hell, as he our darkness, cannot we his light imitate when we please? This desert soil wants not her hidden luster, gems and gold, nor want we skill or art from whence to raise magnificence, and what can heaven show more? Our torments also may in length of time become our elements, these piercing fires as soft as now severe, our temper changed into their temper, which must needs remove the sensible of pain. All things invite to peaceful counsels and the settled state of order, how in safety best we may compose our present evils with regard of what we are and where, dismissing quite all thoughts of war. Ye have what I advise. He scarce had finished when such murmur filled the assembly as when hollow rocks retain the sound of blustering winds, which all night long had roused the sea, now with hoarse cadence full lull seafaring men o'er watch, whose bark by chance or pinnace anchors in a craggy bay after the tempest. Such applause was heard as Mammon ended, and his sentence pleased, advising peace, for such another field they dreaded worse than hell. So much the fear of thunder, and the sword of Michael wrought still within them, and no less desire to found this neither empire, which might rise by policy and long process of time in emulation opposite to heaven, which when Beelzebub perceived, than whom Satan except none higher sat, with grave aspect he rose, and in his rising seemed a pillar of state. Deep on his front engraven deliberation sat, and public care, and princely counsel in his face yet shone, majestic, though in ruin. Sage he stood with Atlantean shoulders, fit to bear the weight of mightiest monarchies. His look drew audience and attention still as night of summer's noontide air, while thus he spake. Thrones and impartial powers, offering of heaven, ethereal virtues, or these titles now we must renounce, and changing style be called princes of hell? For so the popular vote inclines, here to continue and build up here a growing empire, doubtless. While we dream and know not that the King of Heaven hath doomed this place our dungeon, not our safe retreat beyond his potent arm, to live exempt from heaven's high jurisdiction, in new league banded against his throne, but to remain in strictest bondage, though thus far removed, under the inevitable curb reserved his captive multitude. For he, to be sure, in height of depth, still first and last will reign sole king, and of his kingdom lose no part by our revolt, but over hell extended his empire, and with iron scepter rule us here, as with his golden those in heaven. What sit we then, projecting peace and war? War hath determined us and foiled with loss irreparable. Terms of peace yet none vouchsafed or sought. For what peace will be given to us enslaved, but custody severe, and stripes and arbitrary punishment inflicted? And what peace can we return but to our power hostility and hate, untamed reluctance, and revenge, though slow, yet ever plotting how the conqueror least may reap his conquest, and may least rejoice in doing what we most in suffering feel. Nor will occasion want, nor shall we need with dangerous expedition to invade heaven, whose high walls fear no assault or siege, or ambush from the deep. What if we find some easier enterprise? Magnificence, and what can heaven show more? Our torments also may in length of time become our elements. I'm sorry. All right, I'll just continue here because I think I read the back and the front separately. So, beginning of the second page. I think what I did is I read this before this. I know. So I started reading that. I read this. Some Easier Enterprise is the end of mine. This is it. Buddy.
I think it's okay. So just keep going. I think you're good.
Except this is going to go into that. So it goes from here to here, and this is the beginning of minute. Right here.
So,
Your line I just spoke.
magnificent. So what line are we at? 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5.
I'm supposed to start halfway through that line. There's the place.
It's your turn. Okay, I think we're at the end. Good enough.
There is a place, if ancient and prophetic fame in heaven err not, another world, the happy seat of some new race called man, about this time to be created like to us, though less in power and excellence, but favored more of him who rules above. So was his will pronounced among the gods, and by an oath that shook heaven's whole circumference confirmed. Thither let us bend all our thoughts to learn what creatures there inhabit, of what mold or substance, how endued and what their power, and where their weakness, how attempted best by force or subtlety, though heaven be shut, and heaven's high arbitrator sits secure in his own strength. This place may lie exposed the utmost border of his kingdom, left to their defense who hold it. Here perhaps some advantageous act may be achieved by sudden onset, either with hellfire to waste his whole creation, or possess all as our own, and drive as we were driven, the puny habitants, or if not drive, seduce them to our party, that their God may prove their foe, and with repenting hand abolish his own works. This would surpass common revenge, and interrupt his joy in our confusion, and our joy upraise in his disturbance, when his darling sons, hurled headlong to partake with us, shall curse their frail original, and faded bliss faded so soon. Advise if this be worth attempting, or to sit in darkness here, hatching vain empires. Thus Beelzebub pleaded his devilish counsel, first devised by Satan, and in part proposed. For whence, but from the author of all ill, could spring so deep a malice, to confound the race of mankind in one root, and earth with hell to mingle and involve, done all to spite the great Creator. But their spite still serves his glory to augment. The bold design pleased highly those infernal states, and joy sparkled in all their eyes. With full assent they vote, whereat his speech he thus renews. Well have ye judged, well ended long debate, synod of gods, and like to what ye are, great things resolved, which from the lowest deep will once more lift us up, in spite of fate, nearer our ancient seat, perhaps in view of those bright confines, whence with neighboring arms and opportune excursion we may chance re-enter heaven. Or else in some mild zone dwell not unvisited of heaven's fair light secure, and at the brightening orient beam purge off this gloom, the soft delicious air, to heal the scar of these corrosive fires shall breathe her balm. But first, whom shall we send in search of this new world? Whom shall we find sufficient? Who shall tempt with wandering feet to the dark, unbottomed, infinite abyss, and through the palpable obscure find out his uncouth way, or spread his airy flight upborne with indefatigable wings over the vast abrupt, ere he arrive the happy isle? What strength, what art can then suffice? Or what evasion bear him safe through the strict sentries and stations thick of angels watching round? Here he had need of all circumspection, and we now no less choice in our suffrage, for on whom we send, the weight of all and our last hope relies. This said, he sat, and expectation held his look suspense, awaiting who appeared to second or oppose or undertake the perilous attempt. But all sat mute, pondering the danger with deep thoughts, and each in other's countenance read his own dismay, astonished. None among the choice and prime of those heaven-warring champions could be found so hardy as to proffer or accept alone the dreadful voyage. Till at last Satan, whom now transcendent glory raised above his fellows, with monarchal pride, conscious of highest worth, unmoved thus spake. O progeny of heaven, imperial thrones with reason hath deep silence and demur seized us, though undismayed. Long is the way and hard that out of hell leads up to light. Our prison strong, this huge convex of fire, outrageous to devour, immures us round ninefold, and gates of burning adamant barred over us prohibit all egress. These past, if any pass, the void profound of unessential night receives him next, wide gaping, and with utter loss of being threatens him, plunged in that abortive gulf, if thence he scape into whatever world or unknown region, what remains him less than unknown dangers and as hard escape? But I should ill become this throne, O peers, and this imperial sovereignty, adorned with splendor, armed with power, if aught proposed and judged of public moment in the shape of difficulty or danger could deter me from attempting. Wherefore do I assume these royalties and not refuse to reign, refusing to accept as great a share of hazard as of honor, due alike to him who reigns, and so much to him due of hazard more, as he above the rest high honored sits.
Go therefore, mighty powers, terror of heaven, though fallen, intend at home. While here shall be our home, what best may ease the present misery and render hell more tolerable. If there be cure or charm to respite or deceive, or slack the pain of this ill mansion, intermit no watch against a wakeful foe, while I abroad through all the coasts of dark destruction seek deliverance for us all. This enterprise none shall partake with me. Thus saying rose the monarch, and prevented all reply, prudent lest from his resolution raised among others among the chief might offer now, certain to be refused, what erst they feared. And so refused might in opinion stand his rivals, winning cheap the high repute which he through hazard huge must earn. But they dreaded not more the adventure than his voice forbidding, and at once with him they rose. Their rising all at once was at the sound of thunder heard remote. Towards him they bend with awful reverence prone, and as a god extol him equal to the highest in heaven. Nor failed they to express how much they praised, that for the general safety he despised his own. For neither do the spirits damned lose all their virtue, lest bad men should boast their specious deeds on earth, which glory excites, or close ambition varnished o'er with zeal. Thus they, their doubtful consultations dark, ended rejoicing in their matchless chief, as when from mountain tops the dusky clouds, ascending while the north wind sleeps, o'erspread heaven's cheerful face, the lowering element scowls o'er the darkened landscape snow or shower. If chance the radiant sun with farewell sweet extend his evening beam, the fields revive, the birds their notes renew, and bleating herds attest their joy that hill and valley rings. O shame to men, devil with devil damned firm concord holds. Men onely disagree of creatures rational, though under hope of heavenly grace and God proclaiming peace, yet live in hatred, enmity, and strife among themselves, and levy cruel wars, wasting the earth, each other to destroy, as if, which might induce us to accord, man had not hellish foes, and now besides, that day and night for his destruction wait. The Stygian council thus dissolved, and forth in order came the grand infernal peers. Midst came their mighty paramount, and seemed alone the antagonist of heaven, nor less than hell's dread emperor with pomp supreme, and godlike imitated state, him round a globe of fiery seraphim, enclosed with bright emblazonry and horrid arms. Then of their session ended they bid cry, with trumpets regal sound the great result. Toward the four winds, four speedy cherubim put their mouths, the sounding alchemy by herald's voice explained. The hollow abyss heard far and wide, and all the host of hell with deafening shouts returned them loud acclaim. Thence more at ease their minds, and somewhat raised by false presumptuous hope, the ranged powers disband, and wandering, each his several way pursues, as inclination or sad choice leads him perplexed, where he may likeliest find truce to his restless thoughts, and entertain the irksome hours till his great chief return. Part on the plain, or in the air sublime, upon the wing, or in swift race contend, as at the Olympian games, or Pythian fields, part curb their fiery steeds, or shun the goal with rapid wheels, or fronted brigades form. As when to warn proud cities war appears waged in the troubled skies, and armies rush to battle in the clouds, before each van preak forth the airy knights, and couch their spears till thickest legions close. With feats of arm from either end of heaven the welkin burns. Others with vast Typhonian rage more fell rend up both rocks and hills, and ride the air in whirlwind. Hell scarce holds the wild uproar, as when Alcides from Olia crowned with conquest felt the envenomed robe, and tore through pain up by the roots Thessalian pines, and Lichas from the top of Ota through into the Euboic Sea. Others more mild, retreated in a silent valley, sing with notes angelical to many a harp their own heroic deeds, and hapless fall by doom of battle, and complain that fate-free virtue should enthrall to force or chance. Their song was partial, but the harmony, what could it less when spirits immortal sing, suspended hell, and took with ravagement the thronging audience, in discourse more sweet, for eloquence the soul, song charms the sense. Others apart sat on a hill retired, in thoughts more elevate, and reasoned high of providence, foreknowledge, will, and fate. Fixed fate, free will, foreknowledge absolute.
And found no end in wandering mazes lost. Of good and evil much they argued then, of happiness and final misery, passion and apathy, and glory and shame. Vain wisdom all, and false philosophy. Yet, with a pleasing sorcery, charm pain for a while, or anguish, and excite fallacious hope, or arm the obdured breast with stubborn patience as with triple steel. Another part, in squadrons and gross bands, on bold adventure to discover wide that dismal world. If any clime, perhaps might yield them easier habitation, bend 4 ways their flying march along the banks of 4 infernal rivers that disgorge into the burning lake their baleful streams, abhorred Styx, the flood of deadly hate, sad Akron of sorrow black and deep, Cocytus, named of lamentation loud, heard on the rueful stream, fierce Phlegethon, whose waves of torrent fire inflame with rage. Far off from these, a slow, silent stream, Lethe, the river of oblivion, rolls her watery labyrinth, whereof who drinks forthwith his former state and being forgets both joy and grief, pleasure and pain. Beyond this flood, a frozen continent lies dark and wild, heaped with perpetual storms of whirlwind and dire hail, which on firm land thaws not, but gathers heap and ruined seams of ancient pile. All else, deep snow and ice, a gulf profound as that Serbonian bog betwixt Damietta and Mount Cassius old, where armies whole have sunk. The parching air burns frore, and cold performs the effect of fire. Thither, by harpy-footed furies hailed, at certain revolutions all the damned are brought, and feel by turns the bitter change of fierce extremes, extremes by change more fierce, from beds of raging fire to starve in ice their soft ethereal warmth, and there to pine, immovable, fixed, and frozen round periods of time, and hurry back to fire. They ferry over this Lethean sound, both to and fro, their sorrow to augment, and wish and struggle as they pass to reach the tempting stream. One small drop to lose sweet forgetfulness, all pain and woe, all in one moment, and so near the brink. But faith withstands, and to oppose the attempt, Medusa, with Gorgonian terror, guards the ford. Of itself the water flies, all taste of living white, as once it fled the lip of Tantalus. Thus, roving on in confused march forlorn, the adventurous bands, with shuddering horror pale, and eyes aghast, viewed their first lamentable lot, found no rest. Through many a dark and dreary vale they passed, and many a region dolorous, o'er many a frozen, many a fiery Alp, rocks, caves, lakes, fens, bogs, dens, and shades of death, a universe of death, which God, I curse, created evil, for evil only good, where all life dies, death lives, and nature breeds, perverse, all monstrous, all prodigious things, abominable, unutterable, and worse than fables yet have feigned or fear conceived, organs and hydras, chimeras dire. Meanwhile, the adversary of God and man, Satan, with thoughts inflamed of highest design, puts on swift wings, and toward the gates of hell explores his solitary flight. Sometimes scours the right-hand coast, sometimes the left. Now shaves with level wing the deep, then soars up to the fiery concave, towering high. As when, far off at sea, a fleet descried hangs in the clouds by equinoctial winds, close sailing from Bengala or the isles of Ternate and Teodore, whence merchants bring their spicy drugs. They, on the trading flood, through the wide Ethiopian to the Cape, lie stemming nightly toward the pole. Seemed far off the flying fiend. At last, appear hellbounds, high reaching to the horrid roof, and thrice threefold the gates. 3 folds were brass, 3 iron, 3 of adamantine rock, impenetrable, impaled with circling fire, yet unconsumed. Before the gates, there sat, on either side, a formidable shape. The one seemed woman to the waist, and fair, but ended foul in many a scaly fold, luminous and vast, a serpent armed with mortal sting. About her middle round a cry of hellhounds never ceasing barked with wide Cerebrian mouths full loud, and rung a hideous peal. Yet when they list would creep, ought disturb their noise into her room. There still barked and howled within unseen. Far less abhorred than these Vexilla, bathing in the sea that parts Calabria from the hoarse Trinitarian shore, or uglier follow the night hag called, secret, riding through the air she comes, lured with the smell of infant blood, to dance, Lapland witches, while the laboring moon eclipses at their charms. The other shape it might be called, that shape had none distinguishable in member, joint, or limb, or substance might be called, that shadow seemed, or each seemed either. Black it stood as night, fierce as 10 furies, terrible as hell, and shook a dreadful dart. It seemed his head the likeness of a kingly crown had on. Satan was now at hand, and from his seat the monster moving onward came as fast with horrid strides. Hell trembled as he strode. The undaunted fiend, what this might be admired, not feared, God, his Son, except created thing not valued he nor shunned. And with disdainful look, thus first began.
Whence and what art thou, execrable shape, that darst, though grim and terrible, advance thy miscreated front athwart my way to yonder gates? Through them I mean to pass, that be assured, without leave asked of thee. Retire, or taste thy folly, and learn by proof, hell-born, not to contend with spirits of heaven. To whom the goblin, full of wrath, replied, Art thou that traitor angel? Art thou he who first broke peace in heaven and faith? Till then, unbroken, and in proud rebellious arms drew after him the third part of heaven's sons, conjured against the highest, for which both thou and they, outcast from God, are here condemned to waste eternal days in woe and pain? And reckonest thou thyself with spirits of heaven, hell doomed, and breath's defiance here and scorn, where I reign king, and to enrage thee more, thy king and lord? Back to thy punishment, false fugitive, and to thy speed add wings, lest with a whip of scorpions I pursue thy lingering, or with one stroke of this dart, strange horror seize thee, in pangs unfelt before. So spake the grisly terror, and in shape, so speaking and so threatening, grew tenfold more dreadful and deform. On the other side, incensed with indignation, Satan stood unterrified, and like a comet burned, that fires the length of Ophiuchus, huge in the Arctic sky, and from his horrid hair shakes pestilence and war. Each at the head leveled his deadly aim. Their fatal hands no second stroke intend, and such a frown each cast at the other, as when two black clouds with heaven's artillery fraught come rattling on over the Caspian, then stand front to front, hovering a space, till winds the signal blow to join their dark encounter in midair. So frowned the mighty combatants, that hell grew darker at their frown. So matched they stood. For never but once more was either like to meet so great a foe. And now great deeds had been achieved, whereof all hell had rung, had not the snaky sorceress that sat fast by hell gate, and kept the fatal key risen, and with hideous outcry rushed between. O Father, what intends thy hand, she cried, against thy only son? What fury, O Son, possesses thee to bend that mortal dart against thy father's head? And knowest for whom? For him who sits above and laughs the while at thee ordained his drudge, to execute whate'er his wrath which he calls justice bids, his wrath which one day will destroy ye both. She spake, and at her words the hellish pest forbore, then these to her Satan returned. So strange thy outcry, and thy words so strange thou interpossessed, that my sudden hand prevented spares to tell thee yet by deeds what it intends, till first I know of thee, what thing thou art thus double formed, and why in this internal veil first met thou callest me father, and that phantasm callest my son. I know thee not, nor ever saw till now sight more detestable than him and thee. To whom thus the portress of Hellgate replied, Hast thou forgot me then, and do I seem now in thine eye so foul, once deemed so fair in heaven, when at the assembly and in sight of all the seraphim, with thee combined in bold conspiracy against heaven's king? All on a sudden miserable pain surprised thee, dim thine eyes, and dizzy swum in darkness, while thy head flames thick and fast drew forth, till on the left side, opening wide, likest to thee in shape and countenance bright, then shining heavenly fair, a goddess armed, out of thy head I sprung, Amazement seized all the host of heaven. Back they recoiled, afraid at first, and called me sin, and for a sign portentous held me. But familiar grown I pleased, and with attractive graces won the most averse, thee chiefly, who full oft thyself in me, thy perfect image viewing, becamest enamored. And such joy thou tookest with me in secret, that my womb conceived a growing burden. Meanwhile war arose, and fields were fought in heaven, wherein remained, for what could else, to our almighty foe clear victory, to our part loss and rout. Through all the Empyrean down they fell, driven headlong from the pitch of heaven, down into this deep, and in the general fall I also, at which time this powerful key into my hand was given, with charge to keep these gates forever shut, which none can pass without my opening. Pensive here I sat alone, but long I sat not, till my womb, pregnant by thee, and now excessive grown, prodigious motion felt in rueful throes. At last this odious offspring whom thou seest, thine own begotten, breaking violent way tore through my entrails, that with fear and pain distorted, all my nether shape thus grew transformed. But he, my inbred enemy, forth issued, brandishing his fatal dart made to destroy. I fled and cried out, death. Hell trembled at the hideous name, and sighed from all her caves, and back resounded death. I fled, but he pursued, though more it seems inflamed with lust than rage. And swifter far me overtook his mother all dismayed, and in embraces forcible and foul, engendering with me of that rape begot. These yelling monsters that with ceaseless cry surround me, as thou sawest, hourly conceived and hourly born, with sorrow infinite to me. For when they list into the womb that bred them, they return, and howl and gnaw my bowels, their repast. Then bursting forth, afresh with conscious terrors vex me round, that rest or intermission none I find.
Before mine eyes in opposition sits grim death, my son and foe, who sets them on, and me his parent would full soon devour for want of other prey, but that he knows his end with mine involved, and knows that I should prove a bitter morsel, and his bane, whenever that shall be, so fate pronounced. But thou, O Father, I forewarn thee, shun his deadly arrow, neither vainly hope to be invulnerable in those bright arms, though tempered heavenly, for that mortal dint, save he who reigns above, none can resist. She finished, and the subtle fiend his lore soon learned, now milder, and thus answered smooth, Dear daughter, since thou claim'st me for thy sire, and my fair son here show'st me the dear pledge of dalliance had with thee in heaven, and joys then sweet, now sad to mention, through dire change befallen us unforeseen, unthought of, know I come no enemy, but to set free from out this dark and dismal house of pain, both him and thee and all the heavenly host of spirits that in our just pretenses armed fell with us from on high. For them, from them I go, this uncouth errand soul, and one for all myself exposed, with lonely steps to tread the unfounded deep, and through the void immense to search with wandering quest a place foretold should be, and by concurring signs, ere now created vast and round, a place of bliss in the purlieus of heaven, and therein placed a race of upstart creatures to supply perhaps our vacant room, though more removed, lest heaven, surcharged with potent multitude, might hap to move new broils. Be this or aught than this more secret now designed, I haste to know, and this once known shall soon return, and bring ye to the place where thou and death shall dwell at ease, and up and down unseen wing, silently the buxom air, embalmed with odors, there ye shall be fed and filled immeasurably. All things shall be your prey. He ceased, for both seemed highly pleased, and death grinned horrible, a ghastly smile. To hear his famine should be filled, and blessed his maw destined to that good hour. No less rejoiced his mother bade, and thus bespake her sire. The key of this infernal pit by due, and by command of heaven all-powerful King, I keep, by him forbidden to unlock these adamantine gates. Against all force, death ready stands to interpose his dart, fearless to be o'ermatched by living might. But what owe I to his commands above, who hates me, and hath hither thrust me down into this gloom of Tartarus profound? To sit in hateful office here confined, inhabitant of heaven and heaven born, here in perpetual agony and pain, what terrors and with clamors compassed round, of mine own brood that on my bowels feed. Thou art my father, thou art my author, thou my being gavest me. Whom should I obey but thee? Whom follow? Thou wilt bring me soon to that new world of light and bliss, among the gods who live at ease, where I shall reign at thy right hand, voluptuous, as beseems thy daughter and thy darling, without end. Thus saying, from her side the fatal key, sad instrument of all our woes, she took, and towards the gate, rolling her bestial train, forthwith the huge portcullis high updrew, which but herself not all the Stygian powers could once have moved. Then in the keyhole turns the intricate wards, and every bolt and bar of massy iron and solid rock with ease unfastens. On a sudden open fly with impetuous recoil and jarring sound the infernal doors, and on their hinges great harsh thunder, that the lowest bottom shook of Erebus. She opened, but to shut excelled her power. The gates wide open stood, that with extended wings a bannered host, under spread ensigns marching, might pass through with horse and chariots ranked in loose array. So wide they stood, and like a furnace mouth cast forth redounding smoke and ruddy flame. Before their eyes, in sudden view, appear the secrets of the hoary deep, a dark, illimitable ocean without bound, without dimension, where length, breadth, and height, and time and place are lost, where eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, hold eternal anarchy amidst the noise of endless wars, and by confusion stand. For hot, cold, moist, and dry, for champions fierce, strive here for mastery, and to battle bring their embryon atoms. They around the flag of each his faction, in their several clans, light-armed or heavy, sharp, smooth, swift, or slow, swarm populous, unnumbered as the sands of Barca or Cyrene's torrid soil, levied to side with warring winds and poise their lighter wings. To whom these most adhere, he rules a moment. Chaos umpire sits, and by decision more embroils the fray by which he reigns. Next him, high arbiter chance governs all. Into this wild abyss, the womb of nature, and perhaps her grave, of neither sea, nor shore, nor air, nor fire, but all these in their pregnant causes mixed confusedly, and which thus must ever fight, unless the Almighty Maker them ordain his dark materials to create more worlds, Into this wild abyss the wary fiend stood on the brink of hell, and looked a while, pondering his voyage, for no narrow frith he had to cross.
For no narrow frith he had to cross, nor was his ear less peeled with noises loud and ruinous, to compare great things with small, than when Bellona storms with all her battering engines, bent to raise some capital city, or less than if this frame of heaven were falling, and these elements in mutiny had from her axle torn the steadfast earth. At last his sail-broad bands he spread for flight, and in the surging smoke uplifted, spurns the ground, thence many a league, as in a cloudy chair ascending rides, audacious. But that seat soon failing, meets a vast vacuity. All unawares, fluttering his pennon's vein, plumb down he drops 10,000 fathom deep. And to this hour down had been falling, had not by ill chance the strong rebuff of some tumultuous cloud, instinct with fire and nitre, hurried him as many miles aloft. That fury stayed, quenched in a boggy Syrtis, neither sea nor good dry land. Nigh foundered on he fares, treading the crude consistence, half on foot, half flying, behooves him now both oar and sail. And when a griffin, through the wilderness with winged course, o'er hill or moory dale, pursues the Arimaspian, who by stealth had from his wakeful custody purloined the guarded gold, so eagerly the fiend, or bog, or steep, through strait, rough, dense, or rare, with head, hands, wings, or feet pursues his way, and swims, or sinks, or wades, or creeps, or flies. At length a universal hubbub, wild of stunning sounds and voices all confused, borne through the hollow dark, assaults his ear with loudest vehemence. Thither he plies undaunted, to meet there whatever power or spirit of the nethermost abyss might in that noise reside. Of whom to ask which way the nearest coast of darkness lies, bordering on light, when straight behold the throne of chaos, and his dark pavilion spread wide on the vast wasteful deep. With him enthroned sat sable-vested Night, eldest of things, the consort of his reign, and by them stood Orcus and Hades, and the dreaded name of Demogorgon, rumor next and chance, and tumult and confusion, all embroiled, and discord with 1,000 various mouths. To whom Satan, turning boldly thus, ye powers and spirit of this nethermost abyss, chaos and ancient night, I come no spy with purpose to explore or to disturb the secrets of your realm, but by constraint wandering this darksome desert, as my way lies through your spacious empire up to light, alone and without guide, half lost, I seek what readiest path leads where your gloomy bounds confine with heaven, or if some other place from your dominion won the ethereal king possesses lately. Thither to arrive, I travel this profound. Direct my course, directed by no mean recompense it brings to your behoof. If I that region lost, all usurpation thence expelled, reduced to her original darkness and your sway, which is my present journey, and once more erect the standard there of ancient night, yours be the advantage all, mine the revenge. Thus Satan, and him thus the anarchic old, with faltering speech and visage incomposed, answered, I know thee, stranger, who thou art, that mighty leading angel who of late made head against heaven's king, though overthrown. I saw and heard, for such a numerous host fled not in silence through the frightened deep, with ruin upon ruin, rout upon rout, confusion worse confounded, and heaven gates poured out by millions her victorious bands pursuing. I upon my frontiers here keep residence, if all I can will serve that little which is left so to defend, encroached on still through our intestine broils, weakening the scepter of old night. First hell, your dungeon, stretching far and wide beneath, now lately heaven and earth. Another world hung o'er my realm, linked in a golden chain to that side heaven from whence your legions fell. If that way be your walk, you have not far. So much the nearer danger, go in speed. Havoc and spoil and ruin are my gain. He ceased, and Satan stayed not to reply, but glad that now his sea should find a shore, with fresh alacrity and force renewed, springs upward, like a pyramid of fire, into the wild expanse. And through the shock of fighting elements, on all sides round and environ, wins his way, harder beset and more endangered than when Argo passed through Bosporus twixt the justling rocks, or when Ulysses on the larboard shunned Charybdis, and by the other whirlpool steered. So he with difficulty and labor hard moved on. With difficulty and labor but he once passed soon after when man fell, strange alteration, sin and death amain, following his track, such was the will of heaven. Paved after him a broad and beaten path over the dark abyss, where boiling gulf tamely endured a bridge of wondrous length. From hell continued, reaching the utmost orb of this frail world, by which the spirits perverse with easy intercourse pass to and fro to tempt or punish mortals, except whom God and good angels guard by special grace. But now at last the sacred influence of light appears, and from the walls of heaven shoots far into the bosom of dim night a glimmering dawn. Here nature first begins her farthest verge, and chaos to retire as from her utmost works a broken foe, with tumult less and less hostile din. That Satan with less toil and now with ease wafts on the calmer wave by dubious light, and like a weather-beaten vessel holds gladly the port, though shrouds and tackle torn, or in the emptier waste, resembling air, weighs the spread wings at leisure to behold. Far off the empyrean heaven, extended wide in circuit, undetermined square around, with opal towers and battlements adorned of living sapphire, once his native seat, and fast by, hanging in a golden chain, this pendant world, in bigness as a star, of smallest magnitude close by the moon. Thither, full fraught with mischievous revenge, accursed, and in a cursed hour he hastens. And thus ends Book 2.
And with that, we'll take another short break. There is food. I believe it's in the kitchen or thereabouts. Sandwiches are laid out for us for lunch. So let's go and get some refreshment after this long journey across the void of the night and chaos. Everybody is welcome to join us for food.
Oh, yeah, no, it's all live stream. Yeah, right now. Yes. Well, you do it on Sunday mornings.
Where do you want to start here? Do you want to start over here? I'm gonna, and I'll be here then. I'm gonna read from this book. It's just easier for me. So you're reading this thing that starts, yeah, whatever that is. So I'm reading start of book 3. You're reading that. I'm reading Hail.
I have it. Oh, wait,
Sure.
no.
You better not.
No, you're right.
Someone named Harbinson.
Caitlin, I think you signed up 2 times. I needed, somebody else. Oh, I hope it's fine. Right, I just want everybody to have a roll.
All right. It's easier for me to read out of here, so. Well,
three?
Yep, 25.
So I start book three, but the lady in front of me does the intro.
Okay.
So I'm gonna stand there, she's standing over there. What number are you?
I'm 25, so I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
Or you.
It's really interesting, I have to say. I think it's, you know, it's shorter,
Well, hi everyone. I'm going to start calling us back to order here. Maybe give another minute for folks to make their way in, but we'll get started in just a second. I mean, we read Dante's Inferno in order to learn what will happen to these people. They'll gnaw on each other's skulls eternally. I mean, by agreeing to be a part of that administration, that was what she agreed to. She agreed to a life of enmity and yeah. Satan is more rational, frankly. Satan is more rhetorically persuasive. He is learned. In his way, he is wise. Not so the other. Say that again? So yeah, we'll get to the end of book 3 and then we'll break one more time. And then, so at the end of book 3, the choir is going to sing again. And then to open book, so then we'll have a break, and then to open book 4. Just a short break, not a lunch break, right, yeah. It's like we're laborers, I don't know, need a lunch break with all this hard work of listening to poetry. All right, we can't start yet, no? Sure. It could be that our numbers are dwindling. Yeah, it's okay. It's a long thing. While we're waiting, a couple of people have asked for copies of my introductory remarks. I put them on the communion table up here if you want to take them. They're there. Here is Caitlin, and so I think Caitlin. Oh, he's coming. Okay. Well, we shall wait for our faculty sponsor. All right, and just heads up, when you're looking in your program, the choir is going to be singing at the conclusion of part of book 3. So it didn't happen to make it into the program, but that is the plan. So sorry about the confusion, and I think it's time to get going. Caitlin.
Book 3, The Argument. God, sitting on his throne, sees Satan flying toward this world, then newly created, shows him to the Son, who sat at his right hand, foretells the success of Satan in perverting mankind, clears his own justice and wisdom from all imputation, having created man free and able enough to have withstood his tempter, yet declares his purpose of grace towards him. In regard he fell not of his own malice, as did Satan, but by him seduced. The Son of God renders praises to his Father for the manifestation of his gracious purpose toward man. But God again declares that grace cannot be extended toward man without the satisfaction of divine justice. Man hath offended the majesty of God by aspiring to Godhead, and therefore, with all his progeny devoted to death, must die. unless someone can be found sufficient to answer for his offense and undergo his punishment. The Son of God freely offers himself a ransom for man. The Father accepts him, ordains his incarnation, pronounces his exaltation above all names in heaven and earth, commands all the angels to adore him. They obey, and, hymning to their harps in full choir, celebrate the Father and the Son. Meanwhile, Satan alights on the bare convex of this world's outermost orb, where, wandering, he first finds a place since called the limbo of vanity. What persons and things fly up thither? Thence comes to the gate of heaven, described ascending by stairs, and the waters above the firmament that flow about it. His passage thence to the orb of the sun, he finds there Uriel, regent of that orb, but first changes himself into the shape of a meaner angel, and, pretending a zealous desire to behold the new creation and man whom God had placed here, inquires of him the place of his habitation and is directed. Alights first on Mount Niphetes.
Hail, holy light, offspring of heaven firstborn, or of the eternal co-eternal beam, may I express the unblamed. Since God is light and never but in unapproached light, dwelt from eternity, dwelt then in thee, bright effluence of bright essence increate. Or hearest thou rather pure ethereal stream, whose fountain who shall tell? Before the sun, before the heavens thou wert, and at the voice of God, as with a mantle, didst invest the rising world of waters dark and deep, one from the void and formless infinite. Thee I revisit now with bolder wing, escape the Stygian pool, though long detained in that obscure sojourn, while in my flight, through utter and through middle darkness born, with other notes than to the Orphean lyre, I sung of chaos and eternal night. Taught by the heavenly muse to venture down the dark descent and up to reascend, though hard and rare, thee I revisit safe and feel thy sovereign vital lamp. But thou revisited not these eyes that roll in vain to find thy piercing ray and find no dawn. So thick a drop serene hath quenched their orbs, or dim suffusion veiled. Yet not the more cease I to wander where the muses haunt, clear spring or shady grove or sunny hill, smit with the love of sacred song. But chief thee, Sion, and the flowery brooks beneath that wash thy hallowed feet and warbling flow, nightly I visit, or sometimes forget those other two equaled with me in fate. So were I equaled with them in renown, blind Thymereus and blind Maeodones, and Tiresias and Phineus, prophets old. Then feed on thoughts that voluntarily move harmonious numbers, as the wakeful bird sings darkling and in shadiest covert hid, tunes her nocturnal note. Thus with the year seasons return, but not to me returns day, or the sweet approach of even or morn, or sight of vernal bloom, or summer's rose, or flocks or herds, or human face divine. But cloud instead and ever-during dark surrounds me, from the cheerful ways of men cut off, and for the book of knowledge fair presented with a universal blank of nature's works, to me expunged and raised, and wisdom at one entrance quite shut out. So much the rather thou, celestial light, shine inward, and the mind through all her powers irradiate. There plant eyes all mist from thence purge and disperse, that I may see and tell of things invisible to mortal sight. Now had the Almighty Father from above, from the pure empyrean where he sits, high throned above all height, bent down his eye, his own works and their works at once to view. About him all the sanctities of heaven stood thick as stars, and from his sight received beatitude past utterance. On his right, the radiant image of his glory sat, his only Son. On earth he first beheld our two first parents, yet the only two of mankind, in the happy garden placed, reaping immortal fruits of joy and love, uninterrupted joy, unrivaled love, in blissful solitude. He then surveyed hell and the gulf between, and Satan there coasting the wall of heaven on his side, night, in the dun air sublime, and ready now to stoop with wearied wings and willing feet on the bare outside of this world that seemed firm land embosomed without firmament, uncertain which, in ocean or in air, him God beholding from his prospect high, wherein past, present, future he beholds, thus to his only Son foreseeing spake. Only begotten Son, seest thou what rage transports our adversary, whom no bounds prescribe, no bars of hell, nor all the chains heaped on him there, nor yet the main abyss wide interrupt can hold? So bent he seems on desperate revenge that shall redound upon his own rebellious head. And now, through all restraint broke loose, he wings his way, not far off heaven, in the precincts of light, directly towards the new created world, and man there placed with purpose to essay if him by force he can destroy, or worse, by some false guile pervert, and shall pervert. For man will hearken to his glozing lies, and easily transgress the sole command, sole pledge of his obedience. So will fall he and his faithless progeny. Whose fault? But whose but his own? And great he had of me all he could have. I made him just and right, sufficient to have stood, though free to fall. Such I created all the ethereal powers and spirits, both them who stood and them who failed. Really they stood who stood, and fell who fell. Not free, but proof could they have given sincere of true allegiance, constant faith, or love, for only what they needs must do appeared, nor not what they would. What praise could they receive? What pleasure I from such obedience paid? When will and reason is also choice, useless and vain of freedom, both despoiled, made passive, both, had served necessity, not me. They therefore as to right belonged, so were created, nor can justly accuse their maker, or their making, or their fate, as if predestination overruled their will, disposed by absolute decree or high foreknowledge. They themselves decreed their own revolt, not I. If I foreknew, foreknowledge had no influence on their fault, which had no less proved certain unforeknown. So without least impulse or shadow of fate, or aught by me immutably foreseen, they trespass, authors to themselves, in all both what they judge and what they choose. For so I formed them free, and free they must remain till they enthrall themselves. I else must change their nature, and revoke the high decree, unchangeable, eternal, which ordained their freedom. They themselves ordained their fall. The first sort by their own suggestion fell, self-tempted, self-depraved. Man falls, deceived by the other first. Man therefore shall find grace, the other none. In mercy and justice both, through heaven and earth, so shall my glory excel. But mercy first and last shall brightest shine.
Thus, while God spake, ambrosial fragrance filled all heaven, and in the blessed Spirit's elect, sense of new joy, ineffable diffused. Beyond compare, the Son of God was seen most glorious. In him all his Father shone substantially expressed, and in his face divine compassion visibly appeared. love without end, and without measure grace, which uttering thus he spoke his, which uttering thus he to his Father spake. O Father, gracious was that word which closed thy sovereign command, that man should find grace, for which both heaven and earth shall high extol thy praises, with the innumerable sound of hymns and sacred songs, wherein thy throne encompassed shall resound the ever blessed. For should man finally be lost, should man, thy creature late so loved, thy youngest son, fall circumvented, thus by fraud, though joined with his own folly, that be from thee far, that far be from thee. Father, who art judge of all things made, and judgest only right. Or shall the adversary thus obtain his end, and frustrate thine? Shall he fulfill his malice, and thy goodness bring to naught, or proud return, though to his heavier doom, yet with revenge accomplished, and to hell draw after him the whole race of mankind, by him corrupted? Or wilt thou thyself abolish thy creation, and unmake for him what for thy glory thou hast made? So should thy goodness and thy greatness both be questioned and blasphemed without defense. To whom the great Creator thus replied, O Son, in whom my soul hath chief delight, Son of my bosom, Son who art alone, my word, my wisdom, and effectual might, all hast thou spoken as my thoughts are, all as my eternal purpose hath decreed. Man shall not quite be lost, but saved who will. Yet not of will in him, but grace in me. Freely vouchsafed, once more I will renew his lapsed powers. Though forfeit and enthralled by sin to foul, exorbitant desires, upheld by me, yet once more he shall stand on even ground against his mortal foe. By me upheld, that he may know how frail his fallen condition is, and to me owe all his deliverance, and to none but me. Some I have chosen of peculiar grace, elect above the rest, so is my will. The rest shall hear me call, and oft be warned, their sinful state, and to appease betimes the incensed deity, while offered grace invites, for I will clear their senses dark. What may suffice and soften stony hearts, to pray, repent, and bring obedience due, to prayer, repentance, and obedience due. Though but endeavored with sincere intent, mine ear shall not be slow, mine eye not shut. And I will place within them as a guide my umpire conscience, whom if they will hear, light after light, well used they shall attain, and to the end persisting safe arrive. This is my long sufferance and my day of grace. They who neglect and scorn shall never taste, but hard be hardened, blind be blinded more, that they may stumble on and deeper fall. And none but such from mercy I exclude. But yet, all is not done. Man disobeying, disloyal, breaks his fealty, and sins against the high supremacy of heaven. affecting Godhead, and so losing all to expiate his treason, hath not left, but to destruction, sacred and he with his whole posterity must die. Die he, or justice must, unless for him some other able, and as willing, pay the rigid satisfaction, death for death. Say, heavenly powers, where shall we find such love? Which of you will be mortal to redeem man's mortal crime, and just the unjust save? Dwells in all heaven charity so dear? He asked, but all the heavenly choir stood mute. And silence was in heaven on man's behalf. Patron or intercessor, none appeared, much less that durst upon his own head draw the deadly forfeiture and ransom set. And now without redemption all mankind must have been lost, adjudging to death and hell by doom severe, had not the Son of God, in whom the fullness dwells of love divine, his dearest mediation thus renewed.
Father, thy word is past. Man shall find grace, and shall find grace, and shall grace not find means that finds her way, the speediest of thy winged messengers, to visit all thy creatures, and to all comes unprevented, unimplored, unsought, happy for man so coming. He her aid can never seek, once dead in sins and lost. Atonement for himself or offering meet, indebted or undone, hath none to bring. Behold me then, me for him. Life for life I offer, on me let thine anger fall. Account me man. I for his sake will leave thy bosom, and this glory next to thee freely put off, and for him lastly die well pleased. On me let death wreak all his rage. Under his gloomy power I shall not long lie vanquished. Thou hast given me to possess life in myself forever. By thee I live. Though now to death I yield, and am his due all that of me can die. Yet, that debt paid, thou wilt not leave me in the loathsome grave his prey, nor suffer my unspotted soul forever with corruption there to dwell. But I shall rise victorious and subdue my vanquisher, spoiled of his vaunted spoil. Death his death's wound shall then receive, and stoop inglorious, of his mortal sting disarmed. I through the ample air in triumph high shall lead hell captive maugre hell, and show the powers of darkness bound. Thou at the sight pleased, out of heaven shalt look down and smile, while by thee raised I ruin all my foes, death last, and with his carcass glut the grave. Then, with the multitude of my redeemed, shall enter heaven long absent, and return, Father, to see thy face, wherein no cloud of anger shall remain, but peace assured and reconcilement. Wrath shall be no more thenceforth, but in thy presence joy entire. His words here ended, but his meek aspect silent yet spake, and breathed immortal love to mortal man, above which only shone filial obedience. As a sacrifice glad to be offered, he attends the will of his great Father. Admiration seized all heaven, what this might mean, and whither tend wondering. But soon the Almighty thus replied, O thou in heaven and earth, the only peace found out for mankind under wrath, O thou my sole complacence, well thou knowest how dear to me are all my works, nor man the least, though last created, that for him I spare thee from my bosom and right hand, to save, by losing thee awhile, the whole race lost. Thou, therefore, whom thou only canst redeem, their nature also to thy nature join, and be thyself man among men on earth, made flesh, when time shall be of virgin seed, by wondrous birth. Be thou in Adam's room, the head of all mankind, though Adam's son. As in him perish all men, so in thee, as from a second root shall be restored. As many as are restored, without thee, none. His crime makes guilty all his sons. Thy merit imputed shall absolve them who renounce their own both righteous and unrighteous deeds, and live in thee transplanted, and from thee receive new life. So man, as is most just, shall satisfy for man, be judged and die, and dying rise, and rising with him raise his brethren, ransomed with his own dear life. So heavenly love shall outdo hellish hate, giving to death and dying to redeem, so dearly to redeem what hellish hate so easily destroyed and still destroys in those who, when they may, accept not grace. Nor shalt thou, by descending to assume man's nature, lessen or degrade thine own, because thou hast, though throned in highest bliss equal to God, and equally enjoying godlike fruition, quitted all to save a world from utter loss, and hast been found by merit more than birthright Son of God, found worthiest to be so by being good, far more than great or high. Because in thee love hath abounded more than glory abounds. Therefore, thy humiliation shall exalt with thee thy manhood also to this throne. Here shalt thou sit incarnate. Here shalt reign both God and man, Son both of God and man, anointed universal King. All power I give thee, reign forever, and assume thy merits. Under thee as head supreme, thrones, princedoms, powers, dominions I reduce. All knees to thee shall bow, of them that bide in heaven, or earth, or under earth in hell. When thou attended gloriously from heaven, shalt in the sky appear, and from thee send the summoning archangels to proclaim thy dread tribunal. Forthwith from all winds the living, and forthwith the sighted dead of all ages, of all past ages, to the general doom shall hasten. Such a peal shall rouse their sleep. Then all thy saints assembled, thou shalt judge bad men and angels. They arraigned shall sink beneath thy sentence. Hell, her numbers full, thenceforth shall be forever shut. Meanwhile the world shall burn, and from her ashes spring new heaven and earth, wherein the just shall dwell, and after all their tribulations long see golden days, fruitful of golden deeds, with joy and love triumphing, and fair truth. Then thou thy regal scepter shalt lay by, for a regal scepter then no more shall need. God shall be all in all. But all ye gods, adore him who to compass all this dies. Adore the Son, and honor him as me.
No sooner had the Almighty ceased, but all the multitude of angels, with a shout loud as from numbers without number, sweet as from blessed voices uttering joy, heaven rung with jubilee and loud hosannas, filled the eternal regions. Lowly reverent towards either throne they bow, and to the ground with solemn adoration down they cast. Their crowns inwove with amaranth and gold, immortal amaranth, a flower which once in paradise, fast by the tree of life, began to bloom, but soon for man's offense to heaven removed. Where first it grew, there grows, and flowers aloft shading the fount of life. And where the river of bliss through midst of heaven rolls o'er Elysian flowers, her amber stream, with these that never fade the spirits elect, bind their resplendent locks unwreathed with beams, now in loose garlands thick thrown off the bright pavement, that like a sea of jasper shone, empurpled with celestial roses, smiled. Then, crowned again, their golden harps they took, harps ever tuned, that glittering by their side like quivers hung, and with preamble sweet of charming symphony they introduce their sacred song, and awaken raptures high. No voice exempt, no voice but well could join the melodious part. Such concord is in heaven. Thee, Father, first they sung omnipotent, immutable, immortal, infinite, eternal King, the author of all being, fountain of light, thyself invisible amidst the glorious brightness where thou sittst, throned inaccessible. But when thou shadest the full blaze of thy beams, and through a cloud drawn round about thee like a radiant shrine, dark with excessive bright thy skirts appear, yet dazzle heaven, the brightest seraphim. Approach not, but with both wings veiled their eyes. Thee next they sang of all creation first, begotten Son, divine similitude, in whose conspicuous countenance, without cloud made visible, the Almighty Father shines, whom else no creature can behold. On thee impressed the effulgence of his glory abides. Transfused on thee his ample spirit rests. He, heaven of heavens, and all the powers therein by thee created, and by thee threw down the aspiring dominations. Though that day thy Father's dreadful thunder didst not spare, nor stop thy flaming chariot wheels that shook heaven's everlasting frame, while o'er the next thou drovest of warring angels disarrayed, back from pursuit thy powers with loud acclaim, the only extolled Son of thy Father's might, to execute fierce vengeance on his foes. Not so on man. Him through their malice fallen, Father of mercy and grace, thou didst not doom so strictly, but much more to pity incline. No sooner did thy dear and only Son perceive thee purposed not to doom frail man so strictly, but much more to pity inclined, he to appease thy wrath and end the strife of mercy and justice in thy face discerned, regardless of the bliss wherein he sat, second to thee, offered himself to die for man's offense. O unexampled love, love nowhere to be found less than divine. Hail, Son of God, Savior of men, thy name shall be the copious matter of my song. Henceforth and never shall my heart thy praise forget, nor from thy Father's praise disjoin. Thus they in heaven, above the starry sphere, their happy hours in joy and hymning spent. Meanwhile, upon the firm opacious globe of this round world, whose first convex divides the luminous inferior orbs, enclosed from chaos and the inroad of darkness old, Satan alighted walks. A globe far off it seemed, now seems a boundless continent, dark, waste, and wild, under the frown of night, starless exposed, in ever-threatening storms of chaos blustering round, inclement sky, save on that side which from the wall of heaven, though distant far, some small reflections gains of glimmering air less vexed with tempest loud. Here walked the fiend, at large in spacious field, as when a vulture on Emmaus bred, whose snowy ridge the roving Tartar bounds, dislodging from a region scarce of prey, to gorge the flesh of lambs or yearling kids. On hills where flocks are fled, flies toward the springs of Ganges or Hydaspes, Indian streams, but in his way lights on the barren plains of Sarikana, where Chinese drive. With sails and wind their canny wagons light. So on this windy sea of land, the fiend walked up and down alone, bent on his prey. Alone, for other creature in this place, living or lifeless, to be found was none. None yet, but store hereafter from the earth, up hither like aerial vapors flew, of all things transitory and vain. When sin with vanity had filled the works of men, but all things vain, and all who in vain things built their fond hopes of glory or lasting fame, or happiness in this or the other life, all who have their reward on earth, the fruits of painful superstition and blind zeal, not seeking but the praise of men, here find fit retribution, empty as their deeds, all the unaccomplished works of nature's hand, abortive, monstrous, or unkindly mixed, dissolved on earth, fleet hither, and in vain till final dissolution wander here, not in the neighboring moon, as some have dreamed.
Those argent fields more likely habitants, translated saints, middle spirits betwixt angelical and humankind. Hither of ill-joined sons and daughters, born first from the ancient world, those giants came with many a vain exploit, though then renowned. The builders next to Babel on the plain of Shinar, and still with vain design new Babels, at they wherewithal would build. Others came single. He who to be deemed a god leaped fondly into Etna flames, Empedocles, and he who to enjoy Plato's Elysium leaped into the sea, Cleoprotus, and many more too long, embryos and idiots, eremites and friars, white, black, and gray, with all their trumpets. Here pilgrims roam, that strayed so far to seek in Golgotha him dead, who lives in heaven. And they, who to be sure of paradise, dying, put on the weeds of Dominic, or in Franciscan think to pass disguised. They pass the planet Seven, pass the fixed, and that crystalline sphere whose balance weighs the trepidation talked on that first moved. And now St. Peter at heaven's wicket seems to wait them with his keys. And now at foot of heaven's ascent they lift their feet. When lo, a violent crosswind from either coast blows them transverse 10,000 leagues awry into the devious air. Then might you see cowls, hoods, and habits, with their wearers tossed and fluttered into rags. Then relics, beads, indulgences, dispenses, pardons, bulls, the sport of winds. All these upwhirled aloft fly o'er the backside of the world, far off into a limbo large and broad, since called the paradise of fools to few unknown long after, now unpeopled and untrod. All this dark globe the fiend found as he passed, and long he wandered, till at last a gleam of dawning light turned thitherward in haste his traveled steps. Far distant, he descries ascending by degrees magnificent up to the wall of heaven, a structure high, at top whereof, but far more rich appeared the work, as of a kingly palace gate with frontispiece of diamonds and gold embellished. Thick with sparkling orient gems the portal shone, inimitable on earth by model or by shading penciled foam. The stairs were such as whereon Jacob saw angels ascending and descending. Bands of guardians bright, when he from Esau fled to Padamaran in the field of Luz, dreaming by night under the open sky, and waking cried, "This is the gate of heaven." Each stair mysteriously was meant, nor stood there always, but drawn up to heaven sometimes viewless. And underneath a bright sea flowed of jasper, of liquid pearl, whereon who after came from earth, sailing arrived, wafted by angels, or flew o'er the lake wrapped in a chariot drawn by fiery steeds. The stairs were then let down, whether to dare the fiend by easy ascent, or aggravate his sad exclusion, doors of bliss, direct against which opened from beneath, just o'er the blissful seat of paradise, a passage down to the earth, a passage wide, wider by far than of after times over Mount Zion, and, though that were large, over the promised land to God so dear, by which to visit off those happy tribes, high behests his angels to and fro past frequent, and his eye with choice regard from Panias, fount of Jordan's flood, to Beersheba, where the Holy Land borders on Egypt and the Arabian shore. Though wide the opening seemed, where bounds were set to darkness, such as bound the ocean wave. Satan from hence, now on the lower stair that scaled by steps of gold to heaven gate, looks down with wonder, sudden view of all this world at once. As when a scout through dark and desert ways with peril gone all night, at last by break of cheerful dawn obtains the brow of some high climbing hill, which to his eye discovers unaware the goodly prospect of some foreign land first seen, or some renowned metropolis with glistering spires and pinnacles adorned, which now the rising sun gilds with his beams. Such wonder seized, though after heaven seen, the spirit malign, but much more envy seized, at sight of all this world beheld so fair. Round he surveys, and well might, where he stood so high above the circling canopy of night's extended shade. From eastern point of Libra to the fleecy star that bears Andromeda far off Atlantic seas beyond the horizon, then from pole to pole he views in breadth, and without longer pause, down right into the world's first region throws his light precipitant, and winds with ease through the pure marble air his oblique way amongst innumerable stars that shone, stars distant, but nigh hand seemed other worlds, or other worlds they seemed, or happy isles, like those Hesperian gardens famed of old, fortunate fields, and groves and flowery vales, thrice happy isles. But who dwelt there? Who dwelt happy there? He stayed not to inquire. Above them all, the golden sun in splendor, like as heaven, allured his eye.
Thither to his course he bends, through the calm firmament, but up or down, by center or eccentric, hard to tell, or longitude, where the great luminary, aloof the vulgar constellations thick, that from his lordly eye keep distance due, dispenses light from afar. As they move, their starry dance in numbers that compute days, months, and years, towards all this cheering lamp, turns swift their various motions, or are turned by his magnetic beam that gently warms the universe, and to each inward part, with gentle penetration, though unseen, shoots invisible virtue, even to the deep, so wondrously was set his station bright. There lands the fiend, a spot, like which perhaps the astronomer and lands in the sun's lucent orb, through his gaze optic tube yet never saw. The place he found beyond expression bright, compared with aught on earth, metal or stone, not all parts like, but all like informed, with radiant light as glowing iron with fire. If metal, part seem gold, part silver clear. If stone, carbuncle, most, or chrysolite, ruby or topaz, to the 12 that shone in Aaron's breastplate, and a stone besides imagined rather oft than elsewhere seen. That stone, or like to that which here below, philosophers in vain so long have sought. In vain, though by their powerful art they bind, volatile Hermes, and call up unbound in various shapes old Proteus from the sea, drained through a limbeck to his native form. What wonder then fields in regions here breathe forth elixir pure, and rivers run potable gold, when with one virtuous touch the alchemic sun, so far from us remote, produces with terrestrial humor mixed here in the dark so many precious things, of color glorious and effect so rare? Here matter to new gaze the devil met undazzled, far and wide his eye commands, for sight no obstacle found here, nor shade, but all sunshine, as when beams at noon culminate from the equator, as they now shot upward still direct, whence no way round, shadow from body opaque can fall, and the air, nowhere so clear, sharpened his visual ray to objects distant far. Whereby he stood, saw within ken a glorious angel stand, the same whom John saw also in the sun. His back was turned, but not his brightness hid. Of beaming sunny rays, a golden tiara circled his head, nor less his locks behind, illustrious on his shoulders, fledged with wings, lay waving round. On some great charge employed, he seemed, or fixed in cognation deep, glad was the spirit impure, as now in hope to find who might direct this wandering flight to paradise, the happy seat of man, his journey's end, and our beginning woe. But first he cast to change his proper shape, which else might work him danger or delay. And now a stripling cherub he appears, not of prime, yet such in his face youth smiled celestial, and to every limb suitable grace diffused. So well he feigned, under a coronet his flowing hair, in curls on either cheek played, wings he wore of many a colored plume sprinkled with gold, his habit fit for speed succinct, and held before his decent steps a silver wand. He drew not nigh unheard, the angel bright, ere he drew nigh, his radiant visage turned, admonished by his ear, and straight was known, the archangel Uriel, one of the seven, who in God's presence, nearest to his throne, stand ready at command, and are his eyes, that run through all the heavens, or down to earth, bear his swift errands over moist and dry, or sea and land. Him Satan thus accosts.
Uriel, for thou of those seven spirits that stand in sight of God's high throne, gloriously bright, the first art wont his great authentic will interpreter through highest heaven to bring, where all his sons thy embassy attend, and here art likeliest by supreme decree like honor to obtain, and as his eye to visit oft this new creation round, unspeakable desire to see and know all these his wondrous works, but chiefly man, his chief delight and favor, him for whom all these works are so wondrous he ordained, hath brought me from the choirs of cherubim, alone thus wandering. Brightest seraph, tell in which of all these shining orbs hath man his fixed seat, or fixed seat hath none, but all these shining orbs his choice to dwell, that I may find him, and with secret gaze or open admiration him behold, on whom the great Creator hath bestowed worlds, and on whom hath all these graces poured, that both in him and all things as is meet the universal Maker we may praise, who justly hath driven out his rebel foes to deepest hell, and to repair that loss created this new happy race of men to serve him better. Wise are all his ways. So spake the false dissembler unperceived, for neither man nor angel can discern hypocrisy, the only evil that walks invisible, except to God alone, by his permissive will, through heaven and earth. And oft, though wisdom wake, suspicion sleeps at wisdom's gate, and to simplicity resigns her charge, while goodness thinks no ill where no ill seems, which now for once beguiled Uriel, though regent of the sun, and held the sharpest-sighted spirit of all in heaven, who to the fraudulent impostor foul in his uprightness answered, thus returned. Fair angel, thy desire which tends to know the works of God, thereby to glorify the great work master, leads to no excess that reaches blame, but rather merits praise. The more it seems excess that led thee hither from thy imperial mansion thus alone, to witness with thine eyes what some perhaps contented with report here only in heaven. For wonderful indeed are all his works, pleasant to know, and worthiest to be all had, in remembrance always with delight. But what created mind can comprehend their number, or the wisdom infinite that brought them forth, but hid their causes deep? I saw, when at his word the formless mass, this world's material mold came to a heap. Confusion heard his voice, and wild uproar stood vast infinitude confined, till at his second bidding darkness fled, light shone, and order from disorder sprung. Swift to their several quarters hastened then the cumbrous elements, earth, flood, air, fire, and this ethereal quintessence of heaven flew upward, spirited with various forms that rolled orbicular and turned to stars numberless, as thou seest, and how they move. Each had his place appointed, each his course, the rest in circuit walls this universe. Look downward on that globe, whose hither side with light from hence, though but reflected, shines. That place is earth, the seat of man, that light his day, which else has the other hemisphere night would invade, but there the neighboring moon, so call that opposite fair star, her aid timely interposes, and her monthly round still ending, still renewing through mid-heaven, with borrowed light her countenance triform, hence fills and empties to enlighten the earth, and in her pale dominion checks the night. That spot to which I point is paradise, Adam's abode, those lofty shades his bower. Thy way thou canst not miss, me mine requires. Thus said, he turned, and Satan, bowing low as to superior spirits is wont in heaven, where honor due and reverence none neglects, took leave, and toward the coast of earth beneath, down from the ecliptic, sped with hoped success, throws his steep flight in many an airy wheel, nor stayed till on Nephthates' top he lights.
All right, everyone, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to wrap up Book 4 of Paradise Lost in our Maundy Thursday exercise. We're going to be left in suspense, though, until next year. And so you'll have to come back a year from now to find out what happens, and then really 2 years from now to find out how it all resolves. I think you might know the story, though. Choir, thank you so much for being here and for being a part of this. I know many of you are sacrificing a part of your day to do this, so thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also, I'm giving posters to all the readers, but choir members, they are for you too, since you're taking part in this. This is a guy in Rochester, New York, and a letterpress shop Type I. And I work with him on all the Dante posters. Came up with this one. Thanks for being here. All right, Susan, how are you? I don't need to know what to do with it. Yeah, that's fine. Carolyn, you got one. So he's kind of been really excited to continue the series through Dante, and now he's like, give me some really cool plays. And I'm like, well, it's all dark, so I think all of them are going to be dark for the next 2 years with different images. What's it? I mean, I'm a music person. I mean, I read all the time. Yeah. I think, the answer is sure. There's no. It would be really easy after this, after the reading, to do a concert if the choir is like for it. I've heard from Simon that it might be a hard thing to mount. I know. No, but not really. Not really. It's possible to also. Go back. I don't know the answer. Right. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for being a part of it. But you know. Tom, you need one of these. Thank you. Right? Those are beautiful. Yeah. Hang in. All right. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Oh, of course. Okay, friends, I think it's time to get going again and to bring our reading to a final conclusion. One more book to go, and then, well, 4 more next year and 4 more after that. Those of you who have just arrived, thank you for doubling our attendance. It's very, very nice of you. Well, listen, folks have come and gone all day, and it's good to see everybody when they come and when they go too. It's okay. So, Gerald, kick us off.
Okay, we've saved the best for last, the rest for next year. Here we go. This is the argument. Oh, excuse me. Try again.
Class, we're going to cover Book 4, The Argument. Satan, now in prospect of Eden, and nigh the place where he must now attempt the bold enterprise which he undertook alone against God and man, falls into many doubts with himself and many passions, fear, envy, and despair. But at length confirms himself in evil, journeys on to paradise, whose outward prospect and situation is described, overleaps the bounds, sits in the shape of a cormorant in the tree of life, at the highest in the garden to look about him. Satan's first sight of Adam and Eve is wonder at their excellent form and happy state, but with resolution to work their fall, overhears their discourse, thence gathers that the tree of knowledge was forbidden them to eat of under penalty of death, and thereon intends to found his temptation by seducing them to transgress, then leaves them a while to know further of their state by some other means. Meanwhile, Uriel, descending on the sunbeam, warns Gabriel, who had in charge of the gate of paradise, that some evil spirit had escaped the deep and passed at noon by his sphere in the shape of a good angel down to paradise, discovered after by his furious gestures in the mount. Gabriel promises to find him ere morning. Night coming on, Adam and Eve discourse of going to their rest, the evening worship. Gabriel draws forth his bands of night watch to walk the rounds of paradise, appoints 2 strong angels to Adam's bower, lest the evil spirit should be there doing some harm to Adam and Eve sleeping. There they found him at the ear of Eve, tempting her in a dream, and bring him, though unwilling, to Gabriel, by whom questions he scornfully answers, prepares resistance, but hindered by a sign from heaven, flies out of the paradise.
Oh, for that warning voice, which he who saw the apocalypse heard cry in heaven aloud. Then when the dragon, put to second rout, came furious down to be revenged on men, woe to the inhabitants on earth, that now while time was, our first parents had been warned the coming of their secret foe, and scaped, happily so scaped his mortal snare. For now Satan, inflamed with rage, came down, the tempter, ere the accuser of mankind, to wreak on innocent, frail man his loss of that first battle in his fight to hell, yet not rejoicing in his speed, though bold, far off, and fearless, nor with cause to boast, begins his dire attempt, which nigh the birth now rolling broils in his tumultuous breast, and like a devilish engine back recoils upon himself. Horror and doubt distract his troubled thoughts, and from the bottom stir the hell within him. And for within him hell he brings, and round about him, nor from hell one step no more than from himself can fly by change of place. Now conscience wakes despair that slumbered, wakes the bitter memory of what he was, what is, and what must be worse. Of worse deeds, worse sufferings must ensue. Sometimes toward Eden, which now in his view lay pleasant, his grieved look he fixes sad. Sometimes toward heaven and the full blazing sun, which now sat in his meridian tower, then, much revolving, thus in sighs began. O thou that with surprising glory crowned, lookest from thy sole dominion like the God of a new world, at whose sight all the stars hide their diminished heads. To thee I call, but with no friendly voice, and add thy name of Son, to tell thee how I hate thy beams that bring to my remembrance from what state I fell, how glorious once above thy sphere, till pride and worse ambition threw me down, warring in heaven against heaven's matchless King. And wherefore he deserved no such return from me, whom he created what I was in that bright eminence, and with his good upbraided none, nor was his service hard. What could be less than to afford him praise, the easiest recompense, and pay him thanks how due? Yet all his good proved ill in me, and wrought but malice. Lifted up so high, I deigned subjection, and thought one step higher would set me highest, and in a moment quit the debt immense of endless gratitude. So burdensome, still paying, still to owe, forgetful what from him I still received, and understood not that a grateful mind by owing owes not, but still pays, at once indebted and discharged. What burden then, oh, had his powerful destiny ordained me some inferior angel? I stood then happy. No unbounded hope had raised ambition. Yet why not some other power as great might have aspired, and me, though mean, drawn to his part? But other powers as great fell not, but stand unshaken from within or from without, to all temptations armed. Hadst thou the same free will and power to stand? Thou hadst. Whom hast thou then, or what to accuse, but heaven's free love dealt equally to all? Be then his love accursed, since love or hate to me alike, it deals eternal woe. Nay, cursed be thou, since against his thy will chose freely, what it now so justly rues me miserable. Which way shall I fly? Infinite wrath and infinite despair? Which way I fly is hell. Myself am hell, and in the deepest deep, a lower deep, still threatening to devour me, opens wide, to which hell I suffer seems a heaven. Oh, then at last relent. Is there no place left for repentance? None for pardon left? None left but by submission? And that word disdain forbids me, and my dread of shame among the spirits beneath, whom I seduced with other promises and other vaunts, than to submit boasting I could subdue the omnipotent. Ay, me. They little know how dearly I abide that boast so vain, under what torments inwardly I groan, while they adore me on the throne of hell. With diadem and scepter high advanced, the lower still I fall, only supreme in misery. Such joy ambition finds, but say I could repent and could obtain by act of grace my former state. How soon would I recall high thoughts? How soon unsay what feigned submission swore? Ease would recant vows made in pain as violent and void. For never can true reconcilement grow where wounds of deadly hate have pierced so deep, which would but lead me to a worse relapse and heavier fall. So should I purchase dear short interadmission, bought with double smart? This knows my punisher. Therefore, as far from granting he, as far from begging peace. and hope excluded thus, behold, instead mankind created, and for him this world. So farewell, hope. And with hope, farewell, fear. Farewell, remorse. All good to me is lost. Evil be thou my good. By thee at least divided empire with heaven's king I hold. By thee and more than half perhaps will reign, as man ere long and this new world shall know.
Thus, while he spake, each passion dimmed his face, thrice changed with pale ire, envy, despair, which marred his borrowed visage and betrayed him counterfeit. Any eye beheld. For heavenly minds from such distempers foul are ever clear, whereof he soon aware each protuberation smoothed with outward calm, artificer of fraud, and was the first that practiced falsehood under saintly show, deep malice, to conceal, couched with revenge. Yet not enough had practiced to deceive Uriel, once warned, whose eye pursued him down the way he went, and on the Assyrian mount saw him disfigured more than could befall spirit of sort, his gestures fierce, marked, mad demeanor, then alone, as he supposed all unobserved, unseen. So on he fares, and to the border comes of Eden, where delicious paradise, now nearer, crowns with her enclosure green, as with a rural mound, the champion head of a steep wilderness, whose hairy sides with a thicket overgrown, grotesque and wild, access denied, and overhead up through insurmountable height of loftiest shade, cedar, pine, and fir, and branching palm, a Sylvian scene, and as the ranks ascend, shade of shade, a woody theater of the statelies, yet higher than their tops of the virtuous wall of paradise upsprung, which to our general sire gave prospect large into his nether empire, neighboring round, and higher than that wall a circling row of goodliest trees, loaden with fairest fruit, blossoms, fruits, at once of golden hue, appeared with gay enameled colors mixed, on which the sun more glad impressed his beams than in fair evening cloud or a humid bow, when God had showered the earth. So lovely seemed the landscape, and of pure air meets his approach, and to the heart inspires vernal delight and joy, able to drive all sadness but despair. Gentle gales fanning their odoriferous wings dispense native perfumes and whisper whence they stole those balmy spoils, as when to them who sail beyond the Cape of Hope, and now are past Mozambique, off at sea northeast, winds blow Sabian odors from the spicy shore of Erebe, the blessed, with such delay. Well pleased they slack their course, and many a league cheered with a grateful smell old ocean smiles. So entertain those odorous sweets the fiend, who came their bane, though with them better pleased than Asmodeus with the fishy fume that drove him, though enamored from the spouse of Tobit's son, with a vengeance sent from Medea's post to Egypt, there fast bound.
Now to ascend of that steep, savage hill, Satan had journeyed on, pensive, slow, but further way found none so thick entwined as one continued brake. The undergrowth of shrubs and tangled brush had perplexed all path of man or beast that passed that way. One gate there only was, and that looked east on the other side, which when the archfelon saw due entrance he disdained, and in contempt at one slight bound high overleapt all bound of hell, or highest wall, and sheer within lights on his feet, as with when a prowling wolf, whom hunger drives to seek new haunt for prey, watching where shepherds pen their flocks at eve, and hurdled coach amid the field secure, leaps over the fence with ease into the fold, or as a thief, bent to unhoard the cash of some rich burgher, whose substantial doors cross-barred and bolted fast, fear no assault. In the window climbs, or o'er the tiles, so clomb their first grand theft, thief into God's fold. So, since into his church, lewd hirelings climb, thence up he flew, and on the tree of life, the middle tree, the highest there that grew, sat like a cormorant, yet not true life thereby regained, but sat devising death to them who lived, nor on the virtue thought, that living, life-giving plant, but only used for prospect, but well used had been the pledge of immortality. So little knows any but God alone to value right, good before him, but perverts best things to worst abuse, or to the meanest use. Beneath him, with new wonder, now he views all delight of human sense exposed in narrow room, nature's whole wealth, yea, more, a heaven on earth, or blissful paradise. Oh God, the garden was by him in the east of Eden planted. Eden stretched her line from Oran eastward to the royal towers of great Seleucia, built by Grecian kings, or where the sons of Eden long before dwelt until Asher. And this pleasant soil is far more pleasant garden God ordained. Out of the fertile ground he caused to grow all trees of noble kind for sight, smell, taste, and all amid them stood the tree of life, high, eminent, blooming ambrosial fruit of vegetable gold, and next to life, our death, the tree of knowledge grew fast by, knowledge of good brought dear by knowing ill.
Southward through Eden went a river large, nor changed his course, but through the shaggy hill passed underneath engulfed. For God had thrown that mountain as his garden mold high raised upon the rapid current, which through veins of porous earth with kindly thirst updrawn, rose a fresh fountain, and with many a rill watered the garden. Thence united fell down the steep glade, and met the nether flood, which from his darksome passage now appears, and now divided into four main streams, runs diverse, wandering many a famous realm, and country whereof here needs no account, but rather to tell how, if art could tell, how from that sapphire fount the crisp brooks rolling on orient, pearl, and sands of gold, with mazy error under pendant shades run nectar, visiting each plant, and fed flowers worthy of paradise, which not nice art in beds and curious knots, but nature boon poured forth profuse on hill and dale and plain, both where the morning sun first warmly smote the open field, and where the unpierced shade embrowned the noontide bowers. Thus was this place a happy rural seat of various view. Groves whose rich trees wept odorous gums and balm, others whose fruit, unburnished with golden rind, hung amiable, Hesperian fables true, if true here only and of delicious taste. Betwixt them lawns or level downs, and flocks grazing the tender herb were interposed on palmy hillock, or the flowery lap of some irriguous valley spread her store. Flowers of all hue, and without thorn the rose. Another side, umbrageous grots and caves of cool recess, o'er which the mantling vines lays forth her purple grape, and gently creeps luxuriant. Meanwhile, murmuring waters fall down the slope hills, dispersed, or in a lake that to the fringed banks, with myrtle crowned, her crystal mirror holds. Unite their streams, the birds their choir apply. Airs, vernal airs, breathing the smell of field and grove, attune the trembling leaves, while universal Pan knit with the graces and the hours in dance, led on the eternal spring. Not that fair field of Enna, where Persephone, gathering flowers, herself a fairer flower by gloomy Dis was gathered, which cost Ceres all that pain to seek her through the world, nor that sweet grove of Daphne by Orontes, and the inspired Castalian spring might with this paradise of Eden strive, nor that Nicean isle girt with the river Triton, where old Cham, whom Gentiles Ammon call, and Libyan Jove, hid Amalthea and her florid son, young Bacchus, from his stepdame Rhea's eye, nor where Abassan kings their issue guard, Mount Amara, though this by some supposed true paradise under the Ethiop line by Nilus' head, enclosed with shining rock, a whole day's journey high, but wide remote from this Assyrian garden, where the fiend saw undelighted all delight, all kind of living creatures new to sight and strange, two of far nobler shape, erect and tall, godlike erect, with native honor clad in naked majesty, seemed lords of all, and worthy seemed, for in their looks divine the image of their glorious Maker shone, truth, wisdom, sanctitude severe and pure, severe, but in true filial freedom placed, whence true authority in men, though both not equal, as their sex not equal seemed, for contemplation he and valor formed, for softness she, and sweet attractive grace, he for God only, she for God in him, his fair large front and eye sublime declared absolute rule, and hyacinthine locks round from his parted forelock manly hung, clustering, but not beneath his shoulders broad. She, as a veil down to the slender waist, her unadorned tresses wore disheveled, but in wanton ringlets waved around as the vine curls her tendrils, which implied subjection, but required with gentle sway, and by her yielded, by him best received, yielded with coy submission, modest pride, and sweet reluctant amorous delay. Nor those mysterious parts were then concealed. Then was not guilty shame, dishonest shame of nature's work, honor dishonorable, sin bred, how have ye troubled all mankind with shows instead, mere shows of seeming pure, and banished from man's life his happiest life, simplicity and spotless innocence. So passed they naked on, nor shunned the sight of God or angel, for they thought no ill. So hand in hand they passed, the loveliest pair that ever since in love's embraces met, Adam, the goodliest man of men since born his sons, the fairest of her daughters Eve. Under a tuft of shade that on a green stood whispering soft, by a fresh fountain side they sat them down, and after no more toil of their sweet gardening labor than sufficed to recommend cool zephyr, and made ease more easy, wholesome thirst and appetite more grateful, to their supper fruits they fell, nectarine fruits which the compliant boughs yielded them, sidelong as they sat reclined, On the soft, downy bank, damasked with flowers, the savory pulp they chew, and in the rind, still as they thirsted, scoop the brimming stream. Nor gentle purpose, nor endearing smiles wanted, nor youthful dalliance as beseems fair couple, linked in happy nuptial league, alone as they.
About them frisking played all beasts of the earth, since wild and of all chase, in wood or wilderness, forest or den. Sporting the lion ramped, and in his paw dandled the kid. Bears, tigers, ounces, pards gamboled before them. The unwieldy elephant, to make them mirth, used all his might and wreathed his live proboscis. Close, the serpent sly insinuating, wove with Gordian twine his braided train, and of his fatal guile gave proof unheeded. Others on the grass couched, and now filled with pasture gazing sat, on benward ruminating, for the sun declined, was hasting now with prone career to the ocean isles. And in the ascending scale of heaven, the stars that usher evening rose, when Satan still in gaze, as first he stood, scarce thus at length failed speech recovered sad. O hell, what do mine eyes with grief behold into our room of bliss, thus high advanced, creatures of other mold, earthborn perhaps, not spirits, yet to heavenly spirits bright, little inferior, whom my thoughts pursue with wonder and could love, so lively shines in them divine resemblance, and such grace the hand that formed them on their shape hath poured. Ah, gentle pair, ye little think how nigh your change approaches, when all these delights will vanish and deliver ye to woe. More woe, the more your taste is now of joy. Happy, but for so happy ill secured, long to continue. And this high seat, your heaven, ill fenced for heaven to keep out such a woe. And as now is entered, yet no purposed foe to you whom I could pity, this forlorn, though I unpitied. League with you I seek, and mutual amity so straight, so close, that I with you must dwell, or you with me henceforth. My dwelling haply may not please, like this fair paradise, your sense, yet such accept your Maker's work. He gave it me, which I as freely give. Hell shall unfold to entertain you to her widest gates and send forth all her kings. There will be room, not like these narrow limits, to receive your numerous offspring. If no better place, thank him who puts me loath to this revenge on you who wrong me not for him who wronged. And should I at your harmless innocence melt as I do, yet public reason just, honor and empire with revenge enlarged, by conquering this new world, compels me now to do what else, though damned, I should abhor. So spake the fiend, and with necessity the tyrant's plea excused his devilish deeds. Then from his lofty stand on that high tree, down he alights among the sportful herd of those four-footed kinds, himself now one, now other, as their shape served best his end, nearer to view his prey, and unspied to mark what of their state he more might learn by word or action marked. About them round a lion now he stalks with fiery glare, then as a tiger who by chance hath spied in some purlieu 2 gentle fawns at play, straight couches close, then rising changes oft his puissant watch, as one who chose his ground, whence rushing he might surest seize them both, gripped in each paw. When Adam, first of men, to first of women Eve, thus moving speech, turned him all ear to hear new utterance flow. Sole partner and sole part of all these joys, dearer thyself than all, needs must the power that made us, and for us this ample world, be infinitely good, and of his good as liberal and free as infinite, that raised us from the dust and placed us here in all this happiness, who at his hand have nothing merited, nor can perform aught whereof he hath need, he who requires from us no other service than to keep this one, this easy charge of all the trees in paradise that bear delicious fruit, so various, not to taste that only tree of knowledge planted by the tree of life, so near grows death to life. Whate'er death is, some dreadful thing, no doubt, for well thou knowest, God pronounced it death to taste that tree. The only sign of our obedience left among so many signs of power and rule conferred upon us, and dominion given over all other creatures that possess earth, air, and sea. Then let us not think hard one easy prohibition, who enjoy free leave no so large to all things else, and choice unlimited of manifold delights. But let us ever praise him and extol his bounty, following our delightful task to prune these growing plants and tend these flowers, which were it toilsome, yet with thee were sweet.
To whom thus Eve replied, O thou for whom and from whom I was formed, flesh of thy flesh, and without whom I am to no end, my guide and head, what thou hast said is just and right. For we to him indeed all praises owe, and daily thanks. I chiefly, who enjoy so far the happier lot, enjoying these preeminent by so much odds, while thou like consort to thyself canst nowhere find. That day I oft remember, when from sleep I first awaked, and found myself reposed upon a shade of flowers, much wondering where and what I was, whence thither brought, and how. Not distant far from thence a murmuring sound of waters issued from a cave, and spread into a liquid plain, then stood unmoved, pure as the expanse of heaven. I thither went with unexperienced thought, and laid me down on the green bank, to look into the clear, smooth lake that to me seemed another sky. As I bent down to look, just opposite a shape within the watery gleam appeared, bending to look on me. I started back, it started back, but pleased I soon returned. Pleased it returned as soon, with answering looks of sympathy and love. There I had fixed mine eyes till now, and pined with vain desire, had not a voice thus warned me, what thou seest, what there thou seest, fair creature, is thyself. With thee it came and goes, but follow me, and I will bring thee where no shadow stays thy coming. And thy soft embraces, he whose image thou art, him thou shalt enjoy inseparably thine, to him shalt bear multitudes like thyself, and thence be called mother of human race. What could I do but follow straight, invisibly thus led, till I espied thee, fair indeed and tall, under a plantain, yet methought less fair, less winning, soft, less amiably mild, than that smooth watery image. Back I turned. Thou following criest aloud, return, fair Eve. Whom fliest thou? Whom thou fliest, of him thou art, his flesh, his bone. To give thee being, I lent out of my side to thee nearest my heart, substantial life to have thee by my side henceforth, an individual solace dear. Part of my soul I seek thee, and thee claim my other half. With that thy gentle hand seized mine. I yielded, and from that time see how beauty is excelled by manly grace, and wisdom, which alone is truly fair. So spake our general mother, and with eyes of conjugal attraction, unreproved and meek surrender, half embracing, leaned on our first father. Half her swelling breast naked met his under the flowing gold of her loose tresses hid. He in delight, both of her beauty and submissive charms, smiled with superior love as Jupiter on Juno smiles, when he impregs the clouds that shed mayflowers, and pressed her matron lip with kisses pure. Aside the devil turned from envy, yet with jealous leer malign eyed them askance, and to him thus plained, sight hateful, sight tormenting, thus these two imparadised in one another's arms, the happier Eden, shall enjoy their fill of bliss on bliss, while I to hell am thrust, where neither joy nor love, but fierce desire, among our other torments not the least, still unfulfilled with pain of longing kinds. Yet let me not forget what I have gained from their own mouths. All is not theirs, it seems. One fatal tree there stands of knowledge called, forbidden them to taste. Knowledge forbidden, suspicious, reasonless. Why should their Lord envy them that? Can it be sin to know? Can it be death? And do they only stand by ignorance? Is that their happy state, the proof of their obedience and their faith? O fair foundation laid wherein to build their ruin, hence I will excite their minds with more desire to know, and to reject envious commands invented with design to keep them low, whom knowledge might exalt equal to God's. Aspiring to be such, they taste and die. What likelier can ensue? But first with narrow search I must walk round this garden, and no corner leave unspied. A chance but chance may lead, where I may meet some wandering spirit of heaven by fountain side, or in thick shade retired from him to draw what further would be learned. Live while ye may, ye happy pair, enjoy till I return. Short pleasures for long woes are to succeed. So saying, his proud step he scornful turned, but with sly circumspection, and began through wood, through waste or hill or dale his roam. Meanwhile, while in utmost longitude, where heaven with earth and ocean meets, the setting sun slowly descended, and with bright aspect against the eastern gate of paradise, leveled his evening rays. There was a rock of alabaster, piled up to the clouds, conspicuous far, winding with one ascent accessible from earth, one entrance high. The rest was craggy cliff that overhung, still as it rose, impossible to climb. Betwixt these rocky pillars, Gabriel sat, chief of the angelic guards, awaiting night. About him exercised heroic games the unarmed youth of heaven, but nigh at hand celestial armory, shields, helms, and spears, hung high with diamond flaming and with gold. Thither came Uriel, gliding through the even on a sunbeam, swift as a shooting star in autumn thwarts the night, when vapors fired impress the air and shows the mariner from what point of his compass to beware. Impetuous winds he thus began in haste.
Gabriel, to thee thy course by lot hath given. Charge and strict watch that to this happy place no evil thing approach or enter in. This day at height of noon came to my sphere a spirit, zealous as he seemed, to know more of the almighty works, and chiefly man, God's latest image. I described his way, bent all on speed, and marked his airy gait. But in the mount that lies from Eden north, where he first lighted, soon discerned his looks. Alien from heaven, with passions foul obscured, my eye perused him still, but under shade lost sight of him. One of the banished crew, I fear, hath ventured from the deep to raise new troubles. Him thy care must be to find. To whom the winged warrior thus returned, Uriel, no wonder if thy perfect sight amid the sun's bright circle where thou sittest, see far and wide. In at this gate none pass. The diligence here placed, but such as come well known from heaven, and since meridian hour, no creature thence. If spirit of other sort, so minded, have overleaped these earthly bounds, on purpose hard thou knowest it to exclude spiritual substance with corporeal bar. But if within the circuit of these walks, it whatsoever shape he lurk of whom thou tellest, by morrow dawning I shall know. So promised he, and Uriel to his charge returned on that bright beam, whose pointed now rays bore him slope downward to the sun now fallen beneath the Azores. Whether the prime orb incredible, how swift had thither rolled diurnal, or this less valuable earth, by shorter flight to the east had left him there, arrayed with reflected purple and gold, the clouds that on his western throne attend. Now came still evening on, and twilight gray had in her sober livery all things glad. Silence accompanied, for beast and bird, they to their grassy couch, these to their nests were slunk, all but the wakeful nightingale. She all night long her amorous descant sung. Silence was pleased. Now glowed the firmament with living sapphires. Hesperus that led the starry host rode brightest till the moon, rising in the cloudless majesty at length, apparent queen unveiled her peerless light, and o'er the dark her silver mantle threw. When Adam thus to Eve, fair consort thou art of night, and all things now retired to the rest, mindest of our like repose, since God has set labor and rest, as day and night to men, successive and untimely dew of sleep. Now falling with soft slumberous weight inclines our eyelids, other creatures all day long rove idle unemployed, and less need rest. Man hathily his daily work of body or mind appointed, which declares his dignity, and the regards of heaven on all his ways, while other animals inactive range, and of their doings God takes no account. Tomorrow, ere fresh morning streak the east with first approach of light, we must be risen, and at our pleasant labor to reform yon flowery arbors, yonder alleys green, our walk at noon with branches overgrown that mock our scant manuring and require more hands than ours to lop their wanton growth. Those blossoms also and those dropping gums that lie bestrewn unsightly and unsmooth, ask riddance if we mean to tread with ease. Meanwhile, as nature wills, nice bids us rest. To whom thus Eve with perfect beauty adorned, my author and disposer, what thou biddest unargued I obey, so God ordains. God is thy law, thou mine, to know no more, is woman's happiest knowledge and her praise. With thee conversing I forget all time, all seasons and their change, all please alike. Sweet is the breath of morn, or rising sweet with charm of earliest birds. Pleasant the sun when first on this delightful land he spreads his orient beams on herb, tree, fruit, and flower, glistering with dew, fragrant the fertile earth after soft showers, and sweet the coming on of grateful evening mild. Then silent night with this her solemn bird, and this fair moon, and these the gems of heaven, her starry train. But neither breath of morn when she ascends with charms of evil of earliest birds, nor rising sun on this delightful land, nor herb, fruit, flower, glistering with dew, nor fragrance after showers, nor grateful evening mild, nor silent night, with this her solemn bird, nor walk by moon or glittering starlight, without thee is sweet. But wherefore all night long shine these, for whom this glorious sight, when sleep has shut all eyes?
To whom our general ancestor replied, Daughter of God and man, accomplished Eve, those have their course to finish round the earth by tomorrow even, and from land to land in order, though to nations yet unborn. Ministering light prepared, they set and rise, lest total darkness should by night regain her old possession, and extinguish life in nature and all things, which these soft fires not only enlighten, but with kindly heat of various influence foment and warm, temper or nourish, or in part shed down their stellar virtue on all kinds that grow on earth, made hereby apter to receive perfection from the sun's more potent ray. These then, though unbeheld in deep of night, shine not in vain, nor think, though men were none, that heaven would want spectators, God want praise. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. And all these with ceaseless praise his works behold both day and night. How often from the steep of echoing hill or thicket have we heard celestial voices to the midnight air, sole or responsive each to other's note, singing their great Creator, oft in bands while we keep watch or nightly rounding walk, with heavenly touch of instrumental sounds, in full harmonic number joined, their songs divide the night and lift our thoughts to heaven. Thus, taking hand in hand, alone they passed on to their blissful bower. It was a place chosen by the sovereign planter when he framed all things to man's delightful use. The roof of thickest covert was inwoven shade laurel and myrtle, and what higher grew of firm and fragrant leaf, on either side acanthus, and each odorous bushy shrub fenced up the verdant wall, each beauteous flower, iris, all hues, roses, and jessamine, reared high their flourished heads between and wrought mosaic. Underfoot the violet, crocus, and hyacinth with rich inlay broidered the ground, more colored than with stone of costliest emblem. Other creature here, beast, bird, insect, or worm, durst enter none. Such was their awe of man. In shadier bower, more sacred and sequestered, though but feigned, Pan or Savannah's never slept, nor nymph nor faunus haunted. Here in close recess with flowers, garlands, and sweet-smelling herbs, espoused Eve decked first her nuptial bed, and heavenly choirs the Hymenean sung. What day the genial angel to our sire brought her in naked beauty more adorned, more lovely than Pandora, whom the gods endowed with all their gifts. And oh, too like in sad event, when to the unwiser son of Japhet brought by Hermes, she ensnared mankind, and with her fair looks, to be avenged on him who had stole Jove's authentic fire. Thus at their shady lodge arrived, both stood, both turned, and under open sky adored the God that made both sky, air, earth, and heaven, which they beheld, the moon's resplendent globe and starry pole. Thou also madest the night, Maker omnipotent, and thou the day, which we in our appointed work employed, have finished happy in our mutual help and mutual love. The crown of all our bliss ordained by thee, and this delicious place, for us too large, where thy abundance wants partakers, and uncropped falls to the ground. But thou hast promised from us two a race to fill the earth, who shall with us extol thy goodness infinite, when both we wake, and when we seek, as now, thy gift of sleep. This said unanimous, and other rites observing none, but adoration pure, which God likes best, Into their inmost bower handed they went, and eased the putting off these troublesome disguises which we wear. Straight side by side were laid. Nor turned, I ween, Adam from his fair spouse, nor Eve the rites mysterious of connubial love refused. Whatever hypocrites austerely talk of purity and place and innocence, defaming as impure what God declares pure, and commands to some, leaves free to all. Our Maker bids increase. Who bids abstain but our destroyer, foe to God and man? Hail, wedded love, mysterious law, true source of human offspring, sole propriety, and paradise of all things common else. By thee adulterous lust was driven from men among the bestial herds to range. By thee founded in reason, loyal, just, and pure, relations dear, and all the charities of father, son, and brother first were known. Far be it that I should write thee sin or blame, or think thee unbefitting holiest place, perpetual fountain of domestic sweets, whose bed is undefiled and chaste pronounced. Present, or past, as saints and patriarchs used. Here love his golden shafts employs, here lights his constant lamp, and waves his purple wings. Reigns here and revels, not in the bought smile of harlots, loveless, joyless, unendeared, casual fruition, nor in Cortimor's mixed dance or wanton mask, or midnight ball, or serenade, which the starved lover sings to his proud fair, best quitted with disdain. These, lulled by nightingales, embracing slept, and on their naked limbs the flowery roof showered roses, which the morn repaired. Sleep on, blessed pair, and oh, yet happiest if ye seek no happier state, and know to know no more.
Now had night measured with her shadowy cone halfway uphill this vast sublunar vault. And from their ivory port the cherubim, forth issuing at the accustomed hour, stood armed to their night watches in warlike parade. When Gabriel, to his next in power, thus spake, Uzziel, half these draw off, and coast the south with strictest watch. These other wheel the north. Our circuit meets full west. As flame they part, half wheeling to the shield, half to the spear. From these 2 strong and subtle spirits he called that near him stood, and gave them thus in charge. Ithuriel and Zephron, with wing speed, search through this garden, leave unsearched no nook. But chiefly, where those 2 fair creatures lodge, now laid perhaps asleep, secure of harm, the evening from the sun's decline arrived, who tells of some infernal spirit seen hitherward bent. Who could have thought? Escaped the bars of hell, on errand bad, no doubt. Such where ye find, seize fast, and hither bring. So saying, on he led, his radiant files dazzling the moon. These to the bower direct, in search of whom they sought. Him there they found, squat like a toad, close at the ear of Eve, essaying by his devilish art to reach the organs of her fancy, and with them forge illusions as he list, phantasms and dreams, or, if inspiring venom, he might taint the animal spirits that from blood arise, like gentle breaths, from rivers pure, thence raise, at least distempered, discontented thoughts, vain hopes, vain aims, inordinate desires, blown up with high conceits, engendering pride. Him thus intent Ithuriel with his spear touched lightly, for no falsehood can endure the touch of celestial temper, but returns of force to its own likeness. Up he starts, discovered and surprised, as when a spark lights on a heap of nitrous powder, laid fit for the ton some magazine to store. Against a rumored war, the smutty grain, with sudden blaze diffused, inflames the air. So started up in his own shape, the fiend. Back slept the two fair angels, half amazed, so sudden to behold the grisly king. Yet, thus unmoved with fear, accost him soon. Which of those rebel spirits, adjudged to hell, comest thou, escape thy prison? And transformed, why sattest there like an enemy in wait, here watching at the head of those that sleep? Know ye not then, said Satan, filled with scorn, know ye not me? Ye knew me once, no mate for you. There, sitting where ye dost not soar. Not to know me argues yourselves unknown, the lowest of your throne. Or, if ye know, why ask me? And superfluous began your message, like to end as much in vain. To whom thus Zephon answered scorn with scorn. Think not, revolted spirit, thy shape the same, or undiminished brightness to be known. As when thou stoodest in heaven, upright, pure, that glory then, when thou no more wast good, departed from thee, and thou resemblest now thy sin, and place of doom obscure and foul. But come, for thou, be sure, shalt give account to him who sent us, whose charge is to keep this place inviolable, and these from harm. So spake the cherub, and his grave rebuke, severe in youthful beauty, added grace invincible. Abashed, the devil stood and felt how awful goodness is, and saw virtue in her shape, how lovely, saw and pined his loss, but chiefly to find here observed his luster visibly impaired. Yet seemed undaunted. If I must contend, he said, best with the best, the sender, not the sent. Or all at once, more glory will be won, or less will be lost. Thy fear, said Zephon bold, will save us trial. What the least can do single against these wicked, thence we. The fiend replied not, overcome with rage, but like a proud steed reined, went haughty on, champing his iron curb. To strive or fly he held in vain. All from above had quelled his heart, not else dismayed. Now drew they nigh the western point, where those half-rounding guards just met, and closing, stood in squadron joined, awaiting next command. To whom their chief Gabriel from the front thus called aloud, Oh, friends, I hear the tread of nimble feet, hasting this way, and now by glimpse discern Ithuriel and Zephon through the shade. And with them comes a third of regal port, but faded splendor wan, who by his gait and fierce demeanor seems to be the prince of hell, not likely to depart hence without contest. Stand firm, for in his look defiance lures. He scarce had ended when those two approached, and brief related whom they brought, where found, how busy, in what form, posture crouched. To whom with stern regard thus Gabriel spake, Why hast thou, Satan, broke the bounds prescribed to thy transgressions, and disturbed the charge of others who approve not to transgress by thy example, but have power and right to question thy bold entrance in this place. Employed, it seems to violate sleep, and those whose dwelling God hath planted here in bliss.
To whom thus Satan said with contemptuous brow, Gabriel, thou hadst in heaven the esteem of wise, and such I held thee. But this question asked puts me in doubt. Lives there who loves his pain? Who would not, finding way, break loose from hell, though thither doomed? Thou wouldst thyself, no doubt, and boldly venture to whatever place farthest from pain, where thou mightst hope to change torment with ease, and soonest recompense dole with delight, which in this place I sought, to thee no reason, who know'st only good, but evil has not tried, and wilt object his will who bound us. Let him sure bar his iron gates, if he intends our stay in that dark durance. Thus much what was asked. The rest is true. They found me where they say, but that implies not violence or harm. Thus he in scorn, the warlike angel moved disdainfully, half smiling, thus replied, O loss of one in heaven to judge of wise, since Satan fell, whom folly overthrew, and now returns him from his prison escaped, gravely in doubt whether to hold him wise or not, who asked what boldness brought him hither, unlicensed from his bounds in hell prescribed. So wise, he judges it to fly from pain, however, and to escape his punishment. So judge thou still, presumptuous, till the wrath, which thou incurrest by flying, meet thy flight sevenfold, and scourge that wisdom back to hell, which taught thee yet no better, that no pain can equal anger infinite provoked. But wherefore thou alone? Wherefore with thee came not all hell broke loose? Is pain to them less pain, less to be fled, or thou than they less hardy to endure? Courageous chief, the first in flight from pain, hast thou alleged to thy deserted host this cause of flight? Thou surely hast not come sole fugitive. To which the fiend thus answered, frowning stern, Not that I less endure or shrink from pain, insulting angel. Well, thou know'st I stood thy fiercest, when in battle to thy aid the blasting volleyed thunder made all speed, and seconded thy else not dreaded spear. But still, thy words at random, as before, argue thine inexperience, what behooves from hard essays and ill successes past a faithful leader, not to hazard all through ways of danger by himself untried. I, therefore, I alone first undertook to wing the desolate abyss, and spy this new created world, whereof in hell fame is not silent. Here in hope to find better abode, and my afflicted powers to settle here on earth, or in mid-air, though for possession put to try once more what thou and thy gay legions dare against, whose easier business were to serve their Lord high up in heaven, with songs to hymn his throne, and practiced dances to cringe, not fight. To whom the warrior angel soon replied, To say and straight unsay, pretending first wise to fly pain, professing next the spy, argues no leader, but a liar, traced Satan. And couldst thou faithful add? O name, O sacred name of faithfulness profaned, faithful to whom? To thy rebellious crew? Army of fiends, fit body to fit head? Was this your discipline and faith engaged? Your military obedience to dissolve allegiance to the acknowledged power supreme. And thou, sly hypocrite, who now would seem patron of liberty, who more than thou once fawned and cringed and severely adored heaven's awful monarch. Wherefore but in hope to dispossess him, and thyself to reign. But mark what I arede thee now, avaunt. Fly thither whence thou fleddest. If from this hour, within these huddled limits, thou appear, back to the infernal pit I drag thee chained, and seal thee so, as henceforth not to scorn the facile gates of hell too slightly barred.
So threatened he, but Satan to no threats gave heed, but waxing more in rage replied. Then when I am thy captive, talk of chains, proud limitary cherub, but ere then far heavier load thyself expect to feel from my prevailing arm, though heaven's king ride on thy wings, and thou with thy compeers used to the yoke, drawest his triumphant wheels in progress through the road of heaven star paved. While thus he spake, the angelic squadron bright turned fiery red, sharpening in mooned horns their phalanx, and began to hem him round with ported spears, as thick as when a field of cerris ripe for harvest waving bends her bearded grove of ears, which way the wind sways them. The careful plowman doubting stands, left on the threshing floor his hopeless sheaves prove chaff. On the other side, Satan, alarmed, collecting all his might, dilated stood, like Tenerife or Atlas, unremoved. His stature reached the sky, and on his crest sat horror plumed, nor wanted in his grasp what seemed both spear and shield. Now dreadful deeds might have ensued, nor only paradise in this commotion, but the starry cope of heaven perhaps, or all the elements at least had gone to rack, disturbed and torn with violence of this conflict, had not soon the Eternal, to prevent such horrid fray, hung forth in heaven his golden scales, yet seen betwixt Astrea and the scorpion sign, wherein all things created first he weighed, the pendulous round earth with balanced air in counterpoise, now ponders all events, battles and realms. In these he put two weights, the sequel each of parting and of fight. The latter quick upflew and kicked the beam, which Gabriel spying thus bespake the fiend. Satan, I know thy strength, and thou knowest mine, neither our own but given. What folly then to boast what arms can do, since thine no more than heaven permits, nor mine, though doubled now to trample thee as mire. For proof, look up, and read thy lot in yon celestial sign, where thou art weighed and shown how light, how weak if thou resist. The fiend looked up and knew his mounted scale aloft, nor more, but fled, murmuring, and with him fled the shades of night.
friends, you'll have to come back a year from now to find out what happens. Do they stand or do they fall? What happens at the end of this story? Actually, we won't get to the end for a little while. Let me just say thank you to the choir for being here and for being a part of this. And let me say thank you to all of our readers for participating in this, and our listeners too. Those of you who stayed all day, it's quite a marathon. Thank you. And I hope that you will come back at 6:30 for a simple dinner of soup and of bread, when we'll sing, or when we'll celebrate a very simple service of Holy Communion as we gather once again for Maundy Thursday. As we go, I thought I would read these words that I think might serve as an effective benediction. Becky read them earlier, but hear them again. If you know Shakespeare's The Tempest, these are redolent of words that Caliban speaks in The Tempest. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. All these with ceaseless praise, his works behold both day and night. How often from the steep of echoing hill or thicket have we heard celestial voices to the midnight air, soul or responsive each to other's note, singing their great Creator. Often bands while they keep watch, or nightly rounding walk, with heavenly touch of instrumental sounds in full harmonic number joined, their songs divide the night and lift our thoughts to heaven. So choir, that's for you. And it's for all of you as well. Thanks for being here, and thanks for participating in this Maundy Thursday reading adventure. More to come 1 year from now.